And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition, another season here of the GSL. The 2026 GSL Season 2 Round of 8 Group B. We are back. We are live. We have returned here with the last day here of the group stage. We already have 2 players confirmed for the semi-finals for the big offline event happening in 2 weeks, and we're here to determine the final 2 players who advance on to face off against them in that round of 4 semi-finals offline event over in South Korea. Let us go. Whew. And again, it's been a pretty intense week of StarCraft, and very intense week of StarCraft, I should say. As always, true. We have RSL over the weekend when it comes to the RSL finals. And again, last night we were live with Group A of the GSL round of 8. We already have our 2 players advancing on here in Hero and Cure. And we're now here to determine which of our next 2 will advance on as well. Before we get ahead of ourselves though, here is our schedule. As I mentioned, yesterday we were live with Group A. Today we're live with Group B. And the semifinals and finals tickets, the ticket sales are going to be open on the 1st of June. That is going to be in a couple of days, of course, and the 1st of June is going to be available here. So if you are in Korea, if you happen to be traveling to Korea, if you want to go to potentially the final GSL of the year, then this is the place to be. Ticketlink.co.kr is the link here for tickets once they become available again on the 1st of June. So make sure you get your tickets if you do plan on going to the GSL studio to see the semis and grand finals, of course. Let's go, Bob. Let's go. It's an amazing event last season, and now this season I'm sure it's going to be amazing as well. Bearing in mind that the event itself, the semis and finals, will be taking place on the 7th of June, again in just a week's time. Just over a week's time, I should say. True. Just over a week's time. Meanwhile, we do have our subscription services as well. Again, if you want to support the GSL, if you want to support and fund a potential Season 3, then you can do so via Soup or via Patreon. I just mentioned that this is potentially the final season of the year. That is true. We do have a goal, a stretch goal to reach to be able to fund Season 3. We are not there yet. So if you want to help support the GSL, if you want to help fund a Season 3 of the GSL, then you can do so via Soup and via Patreon. Let's go. As you can see here, these are the stretch goals. Bam, let's zoom in a little bit. You can see here $6,000 a month has already been reached. We're going to be hosting GSL CK twice a month after the GSL season concludes. And then, of course, for $10,000 a month, we can have a Season 3. And for $15K, that's going to be a boosted prize pool as well. As bam, ooh, we have increased our total here. We, again, just under $8,000 raised per month on Patreon and on Soup combined. And again, the goal here is 10K. 10K. Yeah. That is going to be our goal. But I'll be honest, I don't think we're going to be able to... we'll see. I mean, I hope so. I do hope so here. I just don't know how much time we have to reach that goal before we can confirm a 3rd season or not. Hopefully, we can still work towards that goal throughout the course of the next couple of months during GSL CK. I would hope so. We're probably going to make a post regarding this, so maybe before the finals in a couple of days' time. We'll do our best. Regardless, here we go. We have our round of 8. These are our 4 players remaining here. Hero and Cure to advance on to the round of 4. And meanwhile, we have Maru, SHIN, Zoun, and Rogue. 2 Zergs, 1 Protoss, and 1 Terran. And we'll see who can advance on into the semifinals / grand finals as well. Let's go. We have our top 4 players here. Maru, SHIN, Zoun, Rogue. Oh boy, bearing in mind that last season it was Maru and SHIN that were both semi-finalists that actually faced off in the semi-finals as well. They're going to be favored to have a repeat run into those semis. Meanwhile, we'll see if Zoun and Rogue can stop that from happening and stand in their way. We'll see if they can. As we are going to have our starting matches, and here he is. Ooh, we have the best Terran in South Korea. Let's hear his quote here. On-site fighting. Let's go. 2025 GSL Season 1, he did reach the top 8. GSL 2025 GSL Season 2, he got top 8 as well. And then last season, he got top 4. So top 8, top 4. These are his recent GSL performances, of course. And we'll see if he can make it to the top 4 again, or if his run ends once again in the round of 8. Oh. We're here to determine. We're here to find out. Likewise, here we have his first opponent. It was the player that knocked him out of the semifinals last season. It is SHIN. SHIN in GSL Season 2 of 2025, he got up to top 12, and last season, second place last season, off of the back of defeating Maru. Can he do it again in a shorter series? His quote here, "This is the best time for trophy." Let's go, let's go. So saying this time he's going to aim for the win. He got second place last season, this time first place back here. Let's go, let's go. But to do so, he has to bring down the best Terran in the world. He did so previously in a best of 5, but now he has to do it in a best of 3, in a shorter series, a shorter matchup. There's a lot to get into in regards to the ZVT. For now, though, we have Vito's Game 1, Old Republic, Game 2, Tourmaline, Game 3, Winter Madness. Interesting. SHIN does get rid of some of the more aggressive maps. He gets rid of 10,000 feet, Ruby Rock, and White Rabbit. I'm a little bit surprised that he allowed Tourmaline through. We'll get into that once we get into that map. Meanwhile, Maru gets rid of Taito, Mothership, and Celestial. These are much more standard Vito's here for Maru, as they're much more difficult for Terran getting into longer games. And here we go, we're jumping into game number 1. Vamonos. Game start. As spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Terran player. The blue Terran, if we're onside, it is Maru. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from South Korea. It is SHIN. Here we go. We're jumping into our fresh best of 5. Sorry, best of 3. Fresh best of 3 here again. They did face off previously in the best of 5, and SHIN did bring Maru down, but there is something really important to discuss. Okay, so first things first. SHIN, this isn't the first time that he's popped off with a unique style and with some fun flair and shifting the meta in his own way. If you remember, the first time this happened was at DreamHack Dallas last year, where he took down Clem in that tournament, and he was looking like a beast in ZVT, and he did actually shape ZVT as a result of that. And then very quickly, I would say that a lot of Terran players got used to his style and were able to shut him down. Now, once again, we're in a similar position where SHIN, what happened in the previous tournament in GSL Season 1, SHIN, he was playing very 2-base heavy. For now, Hatch got spoiled, but he was playing very 2-base heavy, a lot of 2-base lair, a lot of late third bases, a lot of early roaches, a lot of early roach warrens, into 2-base muta, into 2-base roach all-ins, into 2-base hydra play, into macro play, into ultras, but it all was off the back off of a more like core 2-base setup here on the side of SHIN. That permeated throughout the entire series, and through his entire ZVT. That has been the case for the past, what, 5 months? That's been SHIN's style for the past like 4 to 5 months. Meanwhile, now that it's been showcased in GSL, players like Maru and other Terran players can look at those games, dissect those games, and have a better game plan coming into how to approach SHIN. I would advise, at times, scouting is going to be paramount, of course, to determine what SHIN is up to, but likewise, going into safer play, going to Banshee-based play, has a lot of value as well. I'm curious to see how Maru has reflected upon his series and how he'll readjust up against SHIN. Likewise, I would hope to see SHIN also try to reapproach this series, because you don't want to play the same way twice against Maru or against any player at this level, at this caliber of play in the GSL. So we'll see. We shall see. See cycles in the chat. I'm rooting for the underdogs in these matches. So you're rooting for Maru. I see. So here we go. Maru, he does poke in. So far going to be deflected. And do you recall what we just said coming into this series, how we just see SHIN has been very 2-base heavy? You're seeing it here. SHIN, no third. SHIN, he has no third base. And again, this is standard from SHIN. This is not standard in ZVT, but specifically SHIN, he is one that does delays third base quite heavily. So he stays on 2 bases. It's very, very safe play here. It means that there's less opportunities for Maru to try to get damage done early on, so we can build up in towards the mid game, and whether we go for an all-in from there, yet to be determined. Meanwhile, do so I see, Maru goes for a starport. That's going to be a starport before CC. So Maru, he's going for a more aggressive and you could argue safer build, but he's being less economic, and I do like this. We just alluded to this actually, and hey, Maru, he's listening to the stream, but I do like the idea of going for 1-1-1s against SHIN because the high chance of roach play. So I do like this here from Maru. He does go for a delayed third base. At the same time, he wants that drone. Oh no, he wants it. Yeah, the drone gets low. Does pull away and will once again delay the third base. It was already delayed. At the same time, SHIN does go for a big counterattack. Hellion production. Hellions are halfway across. We're already across the map. Yeah, they're already across the map. We do have the Evo wall off. Lings, they bust it. Oh, he gets into the main. He gets into the main base. He's surrounded the Marines. SCV's going to be going down. The wall is open. The wall is wide open. Lings, they funneled in. SCVs are going down. And this is critical damage. At the same time, Hellions, they also go in. The drones are lining up. Oh my god. Drones do line up. Drones are going down. But at the same time, that's going to be 13 SCV kills. And we're still not done. There's still Lings in the main. And they're still wreaking havoc. They're still getting more and more done. 14 SCV kills. We're not done, Pappy. We're not done. Oh my god. Has been so close. Has been so careful. Bit of miscontrol there by Shin. He accidentally did click on the CC. Hellions will pop, but not before the depot falls. Yeah, massive pick of the depot, barely. On the repairs! Repairs will keep the wall up and running, and Maru, he will survive, but Maru, he sustains so much damage here. He's down to 19 SCVs, critical damage dealt. Yes, Shin did lose 6 drones, that is true, but that pales in comparison to 14 SCV kills. So Maru, he is down. Not out yet, but remember, on top of this, Maru isn't just down in the economy, but remember, Maru went for a late 3rd CC. Went for a delayed 3rd expansion. So this means that this Banshee, now it's not good enough to just defend. Now he needs damage dealt, but spores are on the way. Queens are popping up, and I believe there is no clerk. Yep, no clerk. No clerk has been researched. Banshee is deflected. Maru, he is in trouble. He's in trouble, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. Lair is finishing up. It is a Lair first here by Shin. Shin, he may even go mutas. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, no, yeah, because of the 1-1-1, I wouldn't be opposed to mutas. I think it's smart. And there it is. Spire gets thrown down. Now, I was about to second guess myself and be like, oh, do I want to go to mutas when we're forcing aggression out of Maru? But remember, because of Maru's 1-1-1, he has no potential stim timing, so muta play should be safe. Meanwhile, double armory, Maru, his plan here is to turtle up and go into mech. But I do think that mutas and Spire play will be able to surpass and just trump Maru here in terms of trying to get into mech here, being quite greedy, double armory into additional factories. What shoots up? So far, nothing. He can go into battle mech, of course, and it will have some anti-air, but there is a counterplay against the Cyclones with mass muta because of their ability to break those lock-ons and to bypass the Cyclones. We'll see if Maru blindly makes Cyclones or if he sticks with Hellion for now. The Spire's almost done. Yeah, the Spire's almost done. Maru, he rotates over. He does back off, he does rotate, he's getting into his double upgrades. Muta production has begun, and the question becomes, does Maru make those Cyclones? Oh, he's going Widowmine. Oh, okay. I mean, Widowmines have potential. If they can connect with the mutas, then Widowmines, they can pop off, they can overwhelm. They would go first, a Cyclone is in production, second Cyclone as well. But they will not have active accelerators. They won't have accelerators. Hellions, they bust in towards enemy mutas are revealed. It reveals the mutas, boys are being pulled. That's going to be a lot of damage. 6 drone kills already. At the same time, Lings, they get across the map. Yeah, they get across. The wall is going to finish. Despite that, SCVs are still getting called out. Oof. Yeah, SCVs are falling. Lings, they're knocking down that front door. 12 drones. Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage being dealt here, but Maru is still behind. Look at the drone count. That just shows how far ahead Shin was. He can lose 12 drones and still be up 30 workers. That is insane. Lings, they're going for the Cyclone. Yeah, they're going for the Cyclone. There is that one Widow mine. And if Maru can bait the mutas into the mine, can he bait him in? Ooh. Can he bait him into the minefield? If he can win this fight. Otherwise, Maru is contained. Turrets are being thrown down, and SCVs are falling. Yeah, mutas, they hit the gas guys. Are getting 1, getting 2. Getting 3? Yeah, 3 SCV kills. Nice damage here by Shin. Takes down 3 workers. Behind this, we have Shin taking up, going for the Roach Horn, going for the Infestation, but he, of course, now confirms that it is going to be mech. So switching into a Roach-based composition. And because these mutas, he's already doing in-run damage. He's forcing Maru to be contained, and he's also forcing out turrets. Forcing out more anti-air, more Widow Mines, more Cyclones. Containing Maru. This is delaying tank production, of course, as well, which does allow for Roaches to excel even more. As we hit the gas geyser once again, gets another SCV. Be careful. Pulls away. So far, no muta kills. The mutas have gone down, I meant to say. Mutas, so far, they do sustain themselves. Roaches are amassing. The SHIN is going to be the first to max. And again, Maru, he is still down. He is still not stabilized. He's trying, don't get me wrong. He's trying to stabilize, trying to turtle up. And there is a world where if you can land these mine shots, you can see the Widow Mine is here in the gas geyser. Oh! Jesus. Despite that, still picks up 2 SCVs and the gas geyser itself. Not bad. Takes down the gas geyser. SHIN does pull away. SHIN, he backs off, he pulls away. From here, he should be amassing roaches. Boss on range is on the way. Overlord speed against Jumper Lords. Maru trying to turtle up. And we're waiting for that max out moments where SHIN can try to knock down that 4th base. He's free to just build up. He's already got 91 drones, a crazy drone count, and SHIN will soon max and soon push in. And it's all going to come down to the Widow Mines. It all comes down to the mine shots. If they connect well, then Maru can save the 3rd. If they don't, then Maru will lose the 3rd base. The 4th is ambitious, I think. Okay, Maru claiming the 4th. SHIN should soon be activated. We're expecting a move out. Oh, we'll take a mine shot to the face. SHIN does get the 4th, and SHIN, we got to be active. We got to do something about this. Got to go 1, 2, 3 Mutalisks. SHIN now moving in. No bailing speed. He didn't research. Wait, what? I thought I saw it on the production tab earlier. Very late bailing speed out of SHIN. Oh, this is gonna hurt him. If Maru can get this 4th base up and running, he can stabilize. If he can't get this up, mine shot going off, and no major connection, bailings are rolled in, they should collapse on the planetary, and they will. Yeah, the planetary will go down. But again, with that bailing speed, he cannot dive on those cyclones. This is a very messy transition here from SHIN. Get no excuse for no bailing speed. Muse will catch out 1, 2 tanks at least, maybe? Not 1, just 1 tank. 1 tank and a cyclone. And SHIN just has to keep hammering away at that 4th base. But again, Maru, he's catching up in terms of army supply. He's catching up. It's just that fake 4th. No, it's very real. It's a very real 4th base. Like, Maru's on 82 workers. He's on 4 base saturation. Maru needs the 4th base to be able to turtle up and to be able to afford a greater army. Very real. And again, SHIN needs to knock it down. Sword production has begun. We do have a wave of Brood Lords. This will help, but there are Thors on the way. Pre-Thor, these Brood Lords can break the 4th. And again, he needs to. Like, SHIN, he has to break that 4th expansion. Ooh, brutal mine connection. Brutal mine shots. Bailings, they roll in. They collapse on the Hellbats more than anything. Planetary should go down. Shows the Biles. Yeah, Thors are coming in, but they have no supports. And the planetary falls. It should fall at least. Oh, there we go. Does focus it down. Does fall. Thors did focus on some of the Brood Lords. And down goes the Mineral Line. And 19 SCV kills. 22 critical damage being dealt. And SHIN has done it. SHIN has done it. Again, it all came down to the 4th. If Maru could defend the 4th expansion and save it, then different story. He does clean up every single Brood Lord. That is true. But he lost 27 SCVs. He lost so many workers, and here comes the Remax. Links are trickling in. He wants the Thors. He wants them. Ah, no. He gets 1, and he should get the other. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're throwing away a lot of Zerglings. Command Center survives. SHIN backing up, going into Ling Hydra as a composition. Interesting. Ling Hydra can do very well against Tank Thor, against a Tank Thor heavy army. Ling Hydra, specifically Ling Hydra Viper. And hey, there are 3 Vipers. 3 Vipers have arrived. So SHIN, a very nice tech switch, as he does have potential with this army. The ideal here is to Blinding Cloud the tanks. He has a Blinding Cloud the tanks, and then he can break the siege line. The planetary is also stuck to the ground, so that's going to be the next target. Baits out the mine shots, and this base should fall. The expansion will fall. Takes down the 5th. But really, it's not about the 5th, it's about the 4th base. It's all about this 4th expansion. Does go for a couple of abductions. Blinding Cloud's one of the tanks. A bit of a messy fight here. We do need more Zerglings. He does take down all the Thors, though. Very nice. Yeah, nice spread, nice engage. All the Thors go down. Takes down 2 tanks. 1 tank left. GG gets called, and SHIN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, SHIN having a massive lead early on, and Maru struggling to stabilize, and he never quite did. Never quite did. We spoke about it earlier, but it all came down to Maru securing the 4th expansion, and Maru, he did try multiple times to hold on to that 4th base. It was on full 4-base saturation, but it could not defend. Why is that? The map itself. Remember, the map itself does favor aggressive styles. Old Republic, it is very difficult to defend the 4th expansion. So difficult because it's a low-ground 4th base. It's very open as well. Compare Old Republic to Winter Madness or Celestial Enclave. You have much more secure 4 expansions. Meanwhile, on Old Republic, it's very difficult. Very difficult. This is why Old Republic is one of the more common vetoes to get rid of here, but Maru got rid of Taito instead, so he allowed Old Republic through. Meanwhile, we're loading into game number 2. We're loading into game 2 here. Game 2 is gonna be on Tourmaline. Now, this is where we do lean towards the Terran player. Usually, these larger, more open maps are favoring Zerg, like the Old Republic. Smaller, more concise, rush maps favor Terran. And this is where Maru has the opportunity to bring it back. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. The blue Terran, it is Maru for onside. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. It is SHIN. Now, if you recall, I mentioned something at the start of this series. If you recall, when we saw the vetoes, I was like, yo, SHIN let Tourmaline through? Like, I was like, that's kind of weird. Tourmaline favors aggression so heavily and typically favors Terran and TVZ because of that. We can go for these early timing attacks, these early pushes. So I'm curious how SHIN will approach this map. In my mind, the only way to play on Tourmaline is Roach-based play. You got to open Roach. You got to either open Roach or rush Roach early on. I feel like that has to be the go-to for SHIN. We'll see as he does go gasless. Yep, this screams. I mean, I say this screams Roaches. This screams early lair. Oh, and it's 2x Reaper. Okay. So a couple of things going on here. So SHIN does open gasless. He does go hatchery into spawning pool. Meanwhile, Maru goes 2x Reaper. So because of this opener, Maru's gonna have extra Reapers, and he's ideally gonna be denying and delaying the 3rd expansion. The problem is SHIN is going gasless, which means there is no 3rd. There will not be a 3rd base. He's going to be staying intentionally on 2 expansions, so this 2x Reaper doesn't really have too much potential to get damage done, I feel. Obviously, because of the gasless opener, there's going to be delayed link speed, and because link speed is going to be so late, there's not really going to be much of an answer for the Reapers to regain map control. That is true, but the queen count should be high. Should be a high queen count for SHIN. As Reapers are amassing, SHIN is moving in. Also, I should quickly emphasize that if you haven't seen this variation of 2x Reaper, Maru's been very fond of it, and he showcased it quite a lot last season in GSL. The idea of going 2x Reaper, but inside of the main, not at the natural. The reasoning for this is to keep it hidden that much longer, so that the Zerg player has a delayed reaction. Typically, the Zerg player will scout this with the first Overlord hitting the natural, but now you have to go all the way into the main to scout and to confirm. So it's going to be a later scout, but the 2nd Reaper is revealed. So SHIN now knows. First queen pops out. Drone is saved. And we can see SHIN trying to get across the map. Now, upon scouting the queen timing, Maru knows. Yeah, Maru, he knows it was pull first, so he stays back home with the Reaper. He knows that there are lings out on the map somewhere. So very nice read here by Maru, as he is waiting for the Zerglings. Behind this, Maru going for 3 CC 2-on-1. This is going to be leading into a 6-minute timing, a 6-minute stim timing. Does it react? Oh my god, does react in time. Despite that, the SV is going to be focused down. Nice delay on the command center. Very nice. The Reaper shouldn't go down, but nice damage nonetheless out of SHIN. It's nice damage. From here, SHIN confirms the timing of the factory. He should be aware of the third command center. Meanwhile, there is that faster lair. Remember, 2-base lair out of SHIN into the Ro8 Warren. If you recall, we mentioned that it's going to be 3 CC 3 racks. Oh my god, I thought that was a factory. So this is actually going to hit harder. It's still going to hit at 6 minutes. Actually, it might even hit a little bit earlier because we're not waiting for the starport. So a very aggressive timing here from Maru. But remember, as we called at the beginning of the game, Tourmaline, you got to play Roach. Like, you have to play Roaches on Tourmaline. Like, Ling Bane is not viable on this map. So Roaches are going to be amassing, and Roaches can keep SHIN safe depending on when he cuts worker production. Oh, very nice timing for Maru. Can he force a cancel? Can he force a cancel? He can. Yeah, he can force a cancellation. Massive pickup. SHIN has nothing to defend. There's that cancel. SHIN is contained. So nice contained here out of Maru. Reaper's a rotate into the main base, Queen's in position, does get a Reaper. And Maru, he sacrifices 1 for the scouts. He confirms the 2-base lair, he confirms the gases. I don't believe he's seen the Ro8 Warren yet, but he's headed towards the natural and he will confirm. So Maru, he will see everything, and this is worth it. It's going to cost him Reapers, but he gets a full scout, he can see all the gases and the Ro8 Warren researching, so he knows it's 2-base Roach. And you can see Marauder production has begun. So Maru's building up into Marauders. Now, my assumption, if you recall, was that Maru was going to go for a 3-rack stim timing and hit around 6 minutes. But it looks like he's going to be waiting for his starport. It looks like he's still hit it around that timing, of course, but he's still waiting for the upgrades and for the medevacs to pop out. This will give time for SHIN to build up some Roach Ravager. As SHIN does scout the bio army, is aware. Is aware. Infestation is on the way. It's going to be very clutch timing. So the pit is going to be for safety infestors, and if SHIN can get 1 or 2 infestors, he can hold, but he needs more time. And Maru's going to be pushing soon. We attempt to go for a counterattack, but Maru's in position. It was a cheeky move out of SHIN, but oof. Yeah, he does commit it. He does get 1 of the Roaches. Sorry, he does get 1 of the Rabbit. Marauders, I meant to say. Does get 1, does get 2. Massive pickups. 2 Marauders go down. Very nice catch. I thought it was going to be SHIN getting caught out, but no, he sniped both Marauders. Did snipe both. Now we can bile down the bunker. We'll force a cancel. Nice pickup. I was concerned that SHIN was going to be able to build up in time, but no, he was. To the point where he can even force Maru back home. So very nice. And that means that these 2 infestors will spawn in. So SHIN holds. SHIN, he does hold. He's able to hit Maru before Maru hits him. Maru's stuck on 2 bases. Now claiming a 3rd. And SHIN is comfortably building up into the mid game. Okay, so we have a game. We have a game here. My big concern was going to be that big stim timing, but stim timing has come and gone. So Maru's stuck at home, claiming a 3rd base. SHIN is securing his 4th expansion, droning up as well. And now we're building up in towards the mid game. This is where things can get a little bit more spicy. This is where Maru can go into drop play. One of the big downsides of SHIN's composition is lack of anti-air, right? No Hydras, no Spire, no Corruptors, no Mutors. So anti-air is quite limited, and drop play can excel here against SHIN. Meanwhile, SHIN's win condition is no longer to kill, it's to get up to 4-base saturation and get into Hive Tech and get into Ultras. Ultra Tech is going to be SHIN's big power spike. That's his win condition. It's up to Maru to stop him from getting there. To stop the Hive, stop the Ultras. Maru does rush in. He's going for the 4th. Expansion gets low. Ooh, Fungal grazes the army, catching out a Marauder and a Marine. The infestors. He wants them. He gets 1. Oh, barely not actually. The Infestor barely gets away. Whew. Okay, quick reactions there by SHIN. Still lose all 4 tumors. And the drop play here has been okay for Maru. It's been okay. He's still being active, of course. Not going to be turned back. Hive is now done. Ultra Cavern's on the way. Remember what we said? The Ultra Cavern and the Ultra Tech is going to be a big power spike for SHIN. That is SHIN's win condition, because SHIN will hit with Ultras before Maru has Ghosts. So things are looking a little bit shaky here for Maru. And creep is being respread. Got my Microbial Shroud on the way. I believe it's still only 2 Infestors. Yeah, it's still only 2, so the Infestor count is still quite low. And remember, SHIN still has to wait for the Ultra upgrades. Now, against a low amount of Ultras, Maru should be fine. Like, he's got a decent Marauder count, and he knows what's coming, right? And we already have tanks set up. We have Liberators on the way as well. This is decent against, like, 4 or 5 Ultras, but once we get more than that, that's when things get more difficult. So we have 4 Ultras in production. Kindness Plating is on the way. +3. On top of that, specifically on Tourmaline, the center expansion is very open. It's a very open center base. It's very accessible. Now we see why, or at least in my mind, this is why SHIN went for this map, is because he believed that he would just open up 2 base anyway, just go 2 base roach, survive the early game, and then have a stronger mid game with his Ultras with how open the 4th and 3rd base are. As this is a map where it is difficult for the Terran player to turtle up on. That is true. I was mentioning how aggression is favored on this map, but it's going to be SHIN being the aggressor. Ooh, we'll lose 1 Infestor. SHIN down to 1 Infestor left. Like, we need more than just 1 Microbial Shroud. Like, we... Only 1 Infestor. I'm not too convinced here for SHIN. Oh no! Infestor gets caught out. 0 Infestors. He has 1 Microbial Shroud. Doesn't really impact, and he just rolls in. Yeah, he tries to commit. Bit of friendly fire. 1 Ultra goes down. He's got 3 Ultras left. Down to 2, down to 0. Yeah, messy fight here for SHIN. Very messy. Trying to push in with 0 Infestors. That was not going to work. In the end, better fight for Maru, and SHIN's in trouble. SHIN's in trouble. He needs time to build up his Ultras again. And he needs Infestors. Meanwhile, shout out to Maru for sniping both Infestors before the fight occurred. If it wasn't for that, there would have been, what, like 3 Microbial Shrouds over the main army as well, and the center base might have just gone down. But things are looking rough now for SHIN. That was SHIN's power spike, by the way. Like, that was it. Like, that was his moment. And SHIN, he failed to break the fort. And now SHIN's losing map control. 6th base goes down. Maru's moving out with double drops. And SHIN has no anti-air. He's in trouble. Yeah, this is very quickly getting out of hand. Doom drop into the main base. Massive drop. Fungals. Oh, do you connect? Okay. Nice finishing with the fungal. Collapsing on the Marauders. Ooh, another fungal. Biles will not land. But cheeky moves here by SHIN. Very cheeky. As SHIN, he is able to hold on. He defends. The Ultra count is still very low. Ooh, losing 1, 2 Infestors. Once again, the Infestors, they get caught. Ay, ay, ay. Again, SHIN, he's so heavily reliant on these Infestors to actually have any good fights, and to lose them before any big engagements is brutal. Not like this. Now SHIN's being forced into Aspire, into Corruptors. Vipers are on the way. Maru now claiming another expansion. Getting a 5th. That's a big moment here for Maru. A 5th base is all that Maru needs to secure his bank. And SHIN's in trouble. SHIN, he cannot let these bases get up and running, but he has no army. Like, he can't stop him. He can't stop Maru. SHIN only has 3 Ultras. Shin again, he's just stuck at home. The Master Marauder here trading well. Oh yeah, trading very well here. Again, Shin just cannot engage. Oh my god. He can't fight the Marauders. He's trying. Oh god. Yeah, once again, just getting punished. 9 drones go down, so is the expansion. Maru, he breaks the center base. Again, Shin just can't touch him. Finally collapsing in, rushing into a minefield. Shin doesn't have enough. Yeah, he does not have enough. He's now losing bases. The hatchery may just go down. It's getting close. Oh no, Shin collapses in. Fighting on Maru's terms, he's gonna lose all 3 ultras. Every ultra goes down. As you mentioned, after that first big fight, everything just went downhill for Shin. Like that, as we mentioned, as we tried to emphasize at the time, like that first ultra push, like that was Shin's moment. Like that was it. And for that to fail the way that it did, I mean, that just swung heavily in favor of Maru. Maru being hyper efficient. That's a kill, not a cancel. Takes down the expansion. And Shin's just falling further behind. He's falling further behind here. Maru's perfecting his army, building up more liberators. Ghosts are on the way. Nukes as well. Shin just doesn't really have much of a threatening army. He has no creep spread either. He has no presence on the map. Just now cleans up the drop. And Shin, he needs something to go his way. He needs to knock down the 5th base, or at least deny this expansion here. He's built up to 7 ultras, okay, but no infestors. So he won't have any microbial shrouds to dive in. Tanks are somewhat on siege. Okay, does get the tanks. Very nice. 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks going down. This is the best fight that Shin could have hoped for. He does get all the tanks. Cleans up the liberators. And Maru, where were the ghosts? They're out of position. Yeah, Maru, he was out of position. I said where were the ghosts? Where's the bio army? Marauders out of position. They were out of position. Busts into the mineral line. A better fight here for Shin. Breaks the 3rd. And now we got to back off. Yeah, as the Marauders now rotate over, Shin, he's got to be careful here. No, no! Yeah, throws away 1, 2, almost 3 ultras. Shin overextends. He has to respect the Marauders. But that was a good push. Oh, it's almost another Ultralisk. These are expensive losses for Shin. So Shin should have, at the moment, he should have 4 extra Ultras. Oof, as he will lose both Vipers. Very nice retargeting there by Maru. But Shin, whoever stayed, is welcome. He lost 4 Ultras as a result of that. And now Shin is hurting. That's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. We're getting rowdy, we're getting messy. Nicely run by, very nice. Shin cleans up the drop. Shin kills 13 SCVs. Oh my, there's so many mules. The mule hammer, pappy. Ay, ay, ay. And here come the ghosts. There's what, 10 ghosts out here for Maru. Down to 3 ultras, what should be 7. Oh, Infestor's coming in from behind. There's potential. Shin can look this out. Oh no! Lands 1. Massive fungal. Get the chain fungals. They continue. And every go should go down. And no escape. Massive pickups. Oh my god. Maru, he promised and supplied. That's it. Keep going. Keep going. Nice mind connection. Lingbane rallying on forward. Maru, he fell for the trap. He fell for it, Pappy. Keep going. Oof. Yeah, Shin just doesn't quite have enough. But a very nice fight for Shin. We're getting messy. We're getting messy at this point. Getting very messy. Where both players are hurting. Maru, he's burning through his bank. So is Shin, specifically the gas bank. And what are we rebuilding on? So Maru, of course, is going into Ghost Liberator. Meanwhile, Shin, I believe he has not rebuilt his Infestors. 2-1. Yeah, he has one infestor. Lings a look down the army. Still denies the expansion though. And SHIN, can he deny the 6th base? Okay, that's the only infestor that SHIN has. No, he gets caught. SHIN gets caught out. 0 infestors. 0 fungal growths. Again, without fungals, I don't really see SHIN looking down the army outside of the surround, of course. Right? There's a world where maybe he can flank the army, come in for a surround, and lock down Maru, but that's a big if. Oof. Brutal mine shots. We have more mine shots as well. Oh no. Okay, forcing friendly fire, but yeah, we're running out of Ling Bane. Running into more Widow Mines. Yeah, massive minefield. The planetary does go down. Denies the 6th base, but snipes are coming in. Massive snipes. Can he get on top of the ghost? Can he get on top? Oh god, SHIN, he's committing very hard here. SHIN commits. He has to back the hell up. Ghost a punish. Oof. And he has to run through a minefield. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, very misengaged here from SHIN. These Widow Mines have been insane. Doing so well here for Maru. And we still have no infestors. I mean, again, one of the reasons is because SHIN has no gas. Oh my god. SHIN has no gas. And that's on SHIN. I don't know if you can see this, but on the minimap, he's missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gas geysers. Like, SHIN can take extra. There we go. SHIN, he just took 2 gas geysers in the center. He now does recognize, he's like, hold up, I'm kind of broke. And he is. He is broke. Drop on the top side. SHIN is in position. Maru securing his 6th base. Building on more ghosts. Oof. Shots are insane. Moving in. Once again, there's no fungals, so the army shouldn't get caught. Oof. Brutal connection. Yeah, SHIN, without infestors, he just cannot engage, and the base goes down. Yeah, the base will fall. Massive pickup. SHIN going for a Ling counterattack instead. Trying to, but he's denied. SHIN just getting bullied out. Trying to bait out the mine shots. Okay, there's 18 Widow Mines. Oh my god. It does try to drag them through. Does not get on top of the ghosts. Yeah, messy engage, and with that, SHIN has nothing left. And Maru, he overwhelms, he takes the better fight, he breaks the main army, and Maru GG gets called. Maru, he will claim the game, and we're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Maru. He will tie things up. We're going all the way to game 3. Again, SHIN had some very questionable decision making, I will say. There were definitely some moments and some fights as SHIN committed into where he didn't need to, or where he just overextended, bled out extra units. He maybe felt the pressure to try to end the game early and try to commit then and there when he saw an opportunity that didn't really exist. And just some really rough moments there, really rough trades, really rough fights. Likewise, there were a lot of moments where SHIN was caught with 0 infestors, and you saw that without infestors, he could not engage with Maru. He needed to somehow lock down the army, and time again, the infestors will get sniped and they wouldn't be replaced. They wouldn't be replaced until much later. On top of that, gases. SHIN was not taking his gases in time. There were 6 gases idle there for SHIN, and without those gases, he could not afford anything. He had 2,000 minerals in the bank, but that meant nothing. The mineral bank meant nothing. He didn't need those gases. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match, going to be loading into Winter Madness. Whew. This time a much larger map. Much larger map of the map pool. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran for onside. It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zurich player. It is SHIN. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into the ace match here. It all ends on Winter Madness. A much larger map of the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, and more defendable bases as well. Much more defendable. So this is where I would say Maru's going to be more favored when it comes to securing a 4-base setup. But what's important is the 5th expansion. The 5th base on this map is much more open. So in my mind, it's similar to on Tourmaline, where the goal for SHIN should be to play safe, to build up and gain map control, and fight mainly for Maru's 5th expansion. Not for the 4th, not for the 3rd, but for the 5th base instead. And play for the late game and play into Ultra Tech. So Ro8 into Ultra, in my mind, would make the most sense here for SHIN. For now, it is going to be a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of SHIN. And we'll see if we can get to the mid to late game. See if we can get there. Likewise from Maru, we'll see if he does go for another 1-1-1. I wouldn't be opposed to it. We'll see how Maru will approach the mid game as well, and what kind of opener he does delve into. Here we go. As for now, again, we are going to be settling in. So hatch gas pool, standard opener out of SHIN, getting into link speed. SHIN, I believe, did for the most part pull out of gas, for the most part. Likewise, Reaper does this with the Ducklings. And if you notice, once again, SHIN, he has no 3rd base. It's very SHIN. No 3rd expansion. Staying on 2 bases. And Maru's going for a 3rd command center before starboard. So economic build out of Maru. And 2 base opener out of SHIN. From here, this should lead into an eventual 3rd base, into a faster lair, into Ro8 play, in my mind at least. I would say that this map, because it's not Tourmaline, because aggression is really favored, SHIN could just play Ling Bane. He could play Ling Bane into Ultra instead. Doesn't have to play Roaches here. We'll see. I know that he is a Ro8 boy, and he likes his Roaches, for sure. And for good reason. But eyes are on SHIN. But as this is going to be 3CC, Cloak Banshee out of Maru. Reaper does poke in. Will go down, but we'll get a full scout at the same time. Lings are coming for a big counter attack, and they do get into the mineral line. Yeah, they catch a couple of SCVs, a couple of them. No, not even. Yeah, good reaction to Maru. This thing run by is not worth it. He gets 1 SCV. He kills 1 worker. Oof. That was a big investment here from SHIN. What's interesting to me here is that we're actually going for a 3CC 1-1-1 into second racks with delay, with no Hellion production. It's a really weird build. Like, it's sorry, I'm just not realizing that Maru, he used the factory solely for add-ons for the reactor and now for the tech lab as well, but he didn't make any Hellions. It's interesting. So because of this build, Maru, he does have excess Marines, but he's not going for an early sim timing. He's still going Cloak Banshee. So it's like a 3cc 2-on-1 variation with Cloak Banshee. It's really odd. It's very unique. Because of this, Maru has less map presence, but it's worth it, right? Like, he was expecting Shin to counterattack, and Shin did, and Maru punished. The downside of this build that Maru is going for is that, as I mentioned, he has no Hellions to threaten creep tumors, so he has no map presence to deny creep. But it was worth it because he caught all the Zerglings. Yeah, meanwhile, 1, 2, 3, 4 drone kills. Ay. Yeah, this is just too much damage. 4 drones going down, the Banshee gets away, Lings are moving for another counterattack. Shin is falling apart. Like, this is not going to do any damage. Yeah, Shin sustaining a lot of losses here. Losing 4 drones, throwing away a massive amount of Zerglings. Lings going down. Just a very messy early to mid game here for Shin. And this means that Shin has a delayed economy coming into the mid game, which should not be the case. Right, typically on Winter Madness, we expect the Zerg player to be able to get up to 3, 4, 5 bases relatively quickly. Now we have Maru with extra Marines than normal. Now I can start to push. Oh, and I believe they're pointing out there's no bailing speed. I believe. I mean, Shin shouldn't need bailing speed to defend against this. Hopefully Shin does recognize soon because we're going for the hydrogen already. Shin does claps in. Cat does catch out 1 Marine. Gets 1 Marine, plus 2 has begun. There's bailing speed alongside Hydra, so it's going to be initially Ling Bane Hydra out of Shin. He's not going Ling Bane Infestor Ultra. Interesting. And we'll see if he can keep up. Hatchery taking so much damage though. Oh my god. Does he get it? He does! Wow, he gets the expansion. 5th base goes down. Ay. And Shin, he is stumbling his way into the mid game. Losing drones, losing Lings, losing bases. Maru does have momentum. Maru's in the driver's seat. And jumping on the right hand side. Shin getting supply blocked. He stuck at 148 supply. 7 overlords on the way. Oh god, no. Shin is falling apart, Bappy. 8 overlords in production. Ay. Maru's pushing because of the supply block. Shin has less to defend, and this is just the timing here for Maru. This is his moment. Maru, he should break the expansion. He might even just keep going. We'll see. It would be greedy. Sets up. This hatchery should be killed. Nice catch on the reinforcements, okay. Shin does catch a couple of Marines. Oh, but he cannot push into 3 siege tanks. Maru, he's pushing forward. He has momentum. Shin, he does catch some reinforcements. Yeah, he somewhat trades. Gets cleaned up though. And yeah, this is the best move here. Like, Shin cannot fight the main army. He just goes to the counterattacks. Oof. Massive tank shots though. The run bites are denied. Shin's in trouble. He will lose another expansion. That's 2 bases going down. Ay. And again, the reason for this is because of the messy early game, right? We were emphasizing that, but Shin, he had a very rocky early game. when it came to losing his expansions, his drones, his lings. It all adds up. And this should be too much at this point. Yeah, Maru's he's going in for the kill. No banelings, all the lings go down. This northern base should fall. There's no saving it. Heavy losses for SHIN. Yeah, he's just trickling into his death. Tanks are behind this. They punish the banelings. Hydras go down, and with that, Maru snowballs out of control. He breaks the main army, and he's looking to claim the series and get his revenge from the playoffs. And he does push forward. SHIN, he does barely hold on here on the top side, getting on top of the tanks. Shows the natural. GG gets caught. He does not have enough, and Maru will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the winners match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, a very rough ace match here for SHIN. I would say that I can see a world where SHIN 2-0s. Like game 2, there were a lot of opportunities. Like game 2, there were a lot of opportunities for SHIN, and as I mentioned at the time, it looks like SHIN, his decision making, it looks like he was maybe feeling a little bit too pressured to find damage, so he was pushing in often too soon, too early, and engaging when he was lacking the critical units that he needed, whether it's infestors, whether it's with ultras, whether it's with just a better angle of attack. Did feel like he was just a little bit too premature too many times in game number 2, to the point where he lost momentum, and then Maru was able to bounce back. But it was still a back and forth, right? Like, I would say that SHIN still had better opportunities in game 2. Here in game 3, from the beginning, it was brutal. Like, for the game 3 here was heavily in Maru's favor from almost the beginning. Was much shaky here, but GG well played. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next series, Zoun versus Ro8. See you soon after the break.
GSL Season 2.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we returned here with the second series of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with Maru versus SHIN. Maru, he gets his revenge from the playoffs. He does take the series 2-1 to advance on to the winners match. SHIN is knocked down to the elimination match. And now we're here to determine who will face off against who in the next round. Once again, welcome to the 2026 GSL Season 2 Round of 8 Group B, the final day of the group stage. The final day here to determine who's going to advance on to the offline event. Up next, PvZ Zoun versus Ro8. It's going to be an interesting one here. It's going to be spicy. Let's go as Zoun does step into the ring. His most recent performances in GSL, he got round of 8, top 8 in GSL Season 2 of 2025. He got top 8 in last season of GSL as well. And here is his quote. No Protoss in the group, huh? He's happy. So Zoun notoriously is memed upon for not being good at PvP, for having some atrocious PvP even. That is kind of like the big meme that's been surrounding Zoun. So because of that, he might be able to excel here. We'll see. We shall see. Up first, he's going to be going up against one of the best Zerg players in South Korea. He's going up against Ro8. Oh boy, again, Ro8, he's top 3 alongside Solo, alongside SHIN, and here he is. Ro8, he got top 8 in 2025 GSL Season 1. He got second place in GSL 2025 Season 2, and top 8 once again last season. Here we have his quote, I'll make the offline finals and have an after party with Ryung. Oh my god. Oh, so scandalous, Bappy. What's going on, Bappy? Ay. Ryung, of course, much love to Ryung. He is I believe he's casting this event, by the way. He's casting the events. He's our lovely Terran player, ex-Axiom, CranKy Duckling adjacent, if you will. But here come the vetoes. Here comes the map order. Game 1, 10,000 feet. Game 2, Old Republic. Game 3, Tourmaline. When it comes to the vetoes themselves, Zoun gets rid of Mothership, Ruby Rock, and White Rabbits. Those vetoes do make sense. Meanwhile, Ro8 gets rid of Title, Winter Madness, and Social Enclave. So we've gotten rid of some of the more larger defensive maps, and we have more aggressive maps left over. 10,000 feet to Tourmaline and the Old Republic. We expect aggression. We expect all-ins out of Ro8 every single game. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Frontside, it is Zoun. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player. Sorry, the Red Zerg player. It is Ro8. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping to our fresh series here. We're welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet, I would say, is the best chance for Zoun to be able to build up in towards the mid to late game, but Ro8 does open up with a proxy hatchery. Let's go. The drone does move out across the map. It is going to be a hatch first build out of Ro8, not a pool first, but oh, he's actually setting up here at the area outside of the mineral wall. Ro8 being cheeky. Okay. Going for the hatchery. Oh no, he gets scouted! No, he gets scouted immediately. No surprise factor. No surprise factor involved. Another drone is being sent down to do what? To go for the gas geyser. To go for the gas geyser and to mine through that mineral wall. But again, Zoun has so much time to react. So much time to react, to respond. We do see the drone here being as long as possible. Alas, the cyber core is going to be... Sorry, the second gateway gets thrown down. Second drone has arrived. Okay, he's trying to deny the wall. Cheeky moves here out of Ro8. Already mining through the initial mineral patches. Minus through one. More drones have arrived. He's trying to deny the cyber core. He's trying to. He will. Oh my god. Extra boys are being pulled. Oh, the cyber core. He needs it. He needs a cyber core. Oh my god. He was one probe, but one probe goes down. Is that a full wall? Looks like it is. Okay, a full wall up here. As we have more boys coming in, a bit of an overreaction here by Zoun, which is what Ro8 wants. Locks down one of the workers. Zelt's also popping out. Spawning pool's almost done, and Ro8 can now start to work on that wall. I mean, it's delayed though. It's going to be so long. It's going to be so late. Goes to the gas seal. This is where it would have been amazing to see Zoun gas steal the the gas geyser. Rogue is transitioning. Yeah, Rogue, he throws down his own gas. He throws down his own. Sorry, he throws down his own hatchery back at home. I'm curious to see if Rogue plans on droning, and he does make some workers. Oh, he's actually mining through from this side. Yeah, very chaotic here. But I believe Zoun is defended, and I believe that Rogue should begin droning soon. Like, I don't see... we actually have Zoun opening up the wall. Interesting, okay. I mean, he will shut this down. Yeah, he just opens the wall himself. Denies the proxy. Very ambitious moves here with the Stalker. Doesn't get surrounded, I believe. Yeah, Stalker does pull away. Dealing with the expansion. Behind this, I'm just curious to see if Rogue starts to drone up. No, he's making more lings. Yeah, he's going for ling speed. He's going for a massive ling flood. Queen goes down. Nice pickup. And ling speed is just now done. Rogue is going to collapse in. Can he get us around? Oh, he goes for it. He does not. Yeah, no surround. Very quick reaction here by Zoun. He pulls away in time. Lings, they do hit the front door. Oh, he gets one. Yeah, one Stalker. Goes to the recall. Not good enough. Not in time. So nice catch here by Rogue. Gets one. Yeah, gets one Stalker, but that's all he gets. That's all he gets. And these Lings, they just cannot get in. He can't get in, bad. Here comes another battery. Now Rogue starts droning, and this is late drones, late saturation here from Rogue. Ay, ay, ay. It will take time. And Zoun should take a lead from here. Oh, does surround the Zealot though. Okay. Surrounds two. Yeah, miscontrol here by Zoun. Two Zealots get surrounded. Once again, that should not have happened. So Zoun has had a couple of slip-ups here and there. Losing one Stalker, losing two Zealots. Calm down. Zoun is moving out. He moves out across the map. As Zoun moves out, we have Rogue going into boss on melee into a Ling Hydra heavy composition. We're now looking to stabilize. Now we're stabilizing into the mid game. We are getting there. Zoun going for the triangular third base, as he's forced to. Twilight Council's on the way. It's just a very awkward game. Everything's like, all the timings, all the buildings, all the tech is all kind of like mistimed just because of how awkward the opener has been. In general, I do favor Zoun as long as he can maintain his third and get it up and running at a reasonable time. Wings A look to collapse in. Better positioning here from Zoun. So far, so good. Oh, Lings once again surrounded with the Stalkers. Yeah, Death and Stalker and another Stalker as well. Yeah, some rough positioning here from Zoun. Gets surrounded. Losing all of his Stalkers. Rogue being very opportunistic. Whenever he sees an opportunity, I mean, he gets it. He dives. Does dive. Lings to get shut down. I say that the queens are able to zone away the oracles. Okay, better engage from Zoun. Cleans up all the adepts. Every adept goes down. Heavy losses for Zoun. Ro8 has momentum. He has his momentum. He's been actually trading surprisingly well with his Zerglings. Just keeps finding damage. Adepts, Stalkers. Keeping Zoun contained. Behind this, Rogue should join up. Now, what we're expecting out of Rogue here is to get up to 4 base saturation, or at least 3 base saturation. We'll see if he joins up any further. Going from Ling at +1 melee into not Ling Hydra into Ling Muta. Ooh, this is risky. But he's going for the Spire. Now, because Rogue has done so well with his Zerglings to maintain map control, to punish Adepts and punish Stalkers, it means that the Oracles are stuck at home, and it means that Zoun has limited vision. He has very limited vision, he has very limited scouting. Zoun has no idea what's going on. And there's a good chance that he never does. See in the chat, does Ryung know about Rogue's plan? Ryung's like, what? Ryung's like, yo, if I win, party at Ryung's house, Matthew. And Ryung's like, I did not consent to this. He's like, what are you talking? What are you doing? Ah, no. Suddenly everyone shows up in Ryung's house. Ah. We're here for the after party. Ah, no. And it does break out across the map. Muted production has begun. Lings, they're gonna try to engage here, but the Oracles are here to support. Zoun can break through. Does get the expand. He spots the mutas. He knows. He does spot the mutas. Cannons are being thrown down as we speak. Oracles are defend back at home. And the Oracles to defend. And Zoun can get out of here. Force a recall. He loses 2, 3. And 3 Stalkers get picked up. Does recall in time. Sets up another massive stasis. Very nice. Yeah, Stasis Trap goes off, punishes the mutas, and Zoun, he defends well. He was able to snipe the 4th expansion, deflect back at home. Muta production has begun. Despite not scouting the Spire, he saw the mutas and he reacts well so far. But not quite ready. Yeah, not ready at the 3rd. Hannah will buy some time. Okay, Phoenix will zone. Minimal losses for Zoun. True. Minimal losses. They're still looking for a way in. They're still looking. Nice opposition micro. Very nice counter attack. Bust into the mineral line. Mutas dive into the main. Yeah, big moves here from Rogue. Is it going to pay off though? He does break the expansion. Okay. Yeah, with that, the Nexus is going to go down. Massive pickoff. Doesn't kill many workers, but does bring down the expansion. Yeah, Zoun stuck on 3 bases. Mutas, what's going on? Right, but forward. That is going to deny any injections. Yeah, delayed injections here for Rogue. Mutas, they are woefully out of position. They're making their way over. Just look like a missed rally there out of Rogue. That's all good. Doesn't get punished. Doesn't get punished. Rogue is now maxing out. And so far, it's just been a very shaky defense here from Zoun, trying to rotate between his bases. It's not been easy. Especially due to the forced 3rd expansion. Mutas poke in. Bane Hydra pushing forward. Oof. Decent baiting connections. Hydras are exposed. But we need Zealots here. We need Charge Lords. And there are none. And Hydras, they hold their own against the Stalkers. They start to step forward. Stalker's going to be going down. All the Phoenixes as well. And Rogue is done it. Rogue, he's overwhelming. He breaks the mineral line. GG gets called. And Rogue takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Rogue will take a lead in the series. Again, Zoun, I would say, had a stronger defense initially. He was able to defend well, build up on 2 bases, and get a third. But if you remember, once he was trying to get his third base, that's when mistakes were happening, right? He was bleeding out Stalkers, bleeding out Adepts. He ended up losing his third expansion, of course, as well. He did react well to the Mutalisks, but he had no map presence, unfortunately. He just wasn't able to build up. He wasn't able to stabilize, and Rogue snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, Rogue takes lead in the series. Now we're loading into game number 2. I also wanted to emphasize as well that due to Zoun's expansion location, it did make for an awkward defense. Usually we praise 10,000 feet for having a really safe 4-base setup, only if you take the forward third and then the linear fourth, but we saw the triangular third being taken instead, so that means there was more distance in between the bases and made for a more awkward rotation, and Zoun was pulled apart. It was torn apart. GG, well played. With that, we're loading into game number 2. Loading into game 2. Loading into the Old Republic. Now, this is going to be another difficult map for Zoun. Old Republic is typically Zurich favored due to what we just saw in 10,000 feet. The bases are more exposed. The 3rd and 4th bases are more exposed on the Old Republic, so trying to be defensive and turtle up is going to be very difficult for Zoun, to the point where he has to change his approach. He has to. As spawning in the left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss for onside. It is Zoun. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. It is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go, as we do have also loading into game number 2 here. Welcome to the Old Republic. Again, your natural base is quite secure, but the 3rd and 4th expansion on this map are much more open and exposed. The Russia's inspired ground is longer, so you do not expect 2 base all-ins, but 3 and 4 base aggression can be very difficult to be defensive against. And as a result, we should be seeing Zoun be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive instead. We'll see. But once again, we're expecting aggression out of Rogue. We'll see how Zoun will approach. How will he approach? So now, hatch gas pull, standard opener at a Rogue. Standard opener. So now we are going to be settling in. Likewise, we should be expecting Zoun to go for a Stargate, into his Oracle, into his 3rd expansion. What we're going to be looking for here is the Twilight Council timing out of Zoun, to see if he does go for an early council or a later council. We have seen Zoun embrace these committed and early Blink-based builds as of late, especially last season. We did hear, of course, that Classic was giving him a bit of coaching, giving him some advice, and giving him some builds, specifically for ZVP, which is how Zoun defeated Solar, if you recall. So we'll see if he can replicate his success here as well. Meanwhile, we have Rogue going for a very early Evo chamber, very early on. This looks like an all-in. So, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is early chamber into +1 melee into delayed link speed. Yeah, so +1 melee before link speed. So the way this works is that +1 melee should finish with link speed. It's going to be a big +1 melee link speed timing. This should be for a link flood. And this link flood should break the third. And yeah, the observer's pointing it out. So a hyper early +1 melee. Yep, and there's link speed right thereafter. And again, this is lined up. This is going to be a timing. It's going to be a big timing here with +1 melee and with link speed. And this may kill. Does it shade in? He does not. Ooh, he does not shade in. Zoun doesn't know. He doesn't know, baby. He doesn't know. Not yet. Oracle's poking in. Will threaten to dive. The spore's not yet done. Getting 1, 2, 3. Very nice. 3 drones go down. Not bad. Now, my assumption is that we're going to be going for a massive link flood to hit with this timing, but so far, Rogue is still droning. Ah, there it is. I was waiting for it. Early Twilight Council out of Zoun, going for an early council into delayed +1, delayed forge. Meanwhile, the production tab shows us the mass links coming. So Rogue is going for that massive link flood. And the goal should be to at least break the third, and might even get more than that. Oracles, they pick in. They dive into the main base. The Lings, they're moving out across the map. And again, can he deny that third expansion? Ooh, does get us around. Very nice. Yes, rounds 8 EPs. One EP goes down, the others are low. Oracles, they do get some counter damage, catching out a queen. But here comes Rogue. Yeah, collapsing of the army, just going straight for the expansion. Massive pickup, that is going to be a cancel. Oof. And he gets what he wanted, gets the third. Brings down the third base. Behind this, now we're droning, saturating. Roach Warren is on the way. Rogue working on that next step. Now the downside here is that Rogue's lair is late. It's a late lair. But these Lings are still being active. They're still being active. He's going in again. Ah, no opening. Yeah, there's no opening here. Too many adepts. Blink is on the way. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is going to be an all-in. There's 4 gateways in production, 2 already done, so that's going to be 6 gates in total. And I believe there's no forge. No forge, no +1. This looks like the beginning of an 8-gate 3-base all-in out of Zoun. But because of the canceled third expansion, this might hit earlier, 6-gate 2-base all-in instead. We'll see if he gets more gates. We'll see how committed Zoun is going to be. It's an awkward game here for Zoun just because of the lack of third. Let's take it across the map. Do we get across? Does not commit. Are we going to surround? Yeah, we collapse on the adepts here. The queens, they move in as well. They focus on the oracles. The whole adept should fall. And massive loss here for Zoun. Ay, losing every single adept. See the observer pointing out all the gateways. Spire is on the way for Rogue, going to Muta play. He's headed towards Mutas. Rogue, he's deflected by the oracles. Fleet beacon? Wait. Okay. Rushing into the beacon. So as they move out, Lings, they move in. There are sources of defense. I feel like we could have seen Rogue commit there. Just because there's no battery. This goes off. Hatchery goes down. Zoun fights back. Brings down the 4th. And cancels the backup 4th base as well. That's a lot of Zerglings. He's hunting for the Stalkers. He does miss them just barely. Yeah, he's looking, but he will miss the Stalkers. Ay. Zoun makes it back home. He makes it back. He makes it back. And now the mutas are coming. Now, thankfully, there's already a beacon, and we're going for a mothership. We have Blink already done. It's going to a Temple Archives in the Storm. There's going to be some anti-air here for Zoun, is what I'm getting at, despite not scanning the mutas. But it's still been a very messy game for both players, right? Like, Rogue can't get a fourth. Rogue cannot go to fourth base. So Rogue is being slowed down quite heavily. Speaking of, the fifth base is delayed. Mutas, they just move out across the map. You see the Rogue, he cares more about damage across the map, more so than catching up the Oracles. Phoenix production has begun. And Stalkers are ready. Despite that Muse, they do catch all 3 Oracles. Okay. 3 Oracles go down. Rogue is maxed out. Ideally does want to catch these Phoenixes at the same time getting ready for a Link counter attack on the third base. Zoun, he's been stuck on 3 bases for quite some time. I was emphasizing how Rogue couldn't get a fourth, but Zoun, he's never took a fourth. Neither could Zoun. Rogue now has map control. Getting a 5th expansion. Let's begin corruptor production. Rogue's still playing very safe. Very careful. He's being careful, Pat. Zoun just wants to expand. He's trying to claim his 4th base. I will say that this army from Rogue is lacking with mass muta. I should emphasize as well that mutas are ideal when it comes to harassing, but if Zoun ever pushes, these mutas are not really going to help it defensively. They're not amazing in a head-on fight. And here comes Zoun, he's pushing. He wants to end the game. He wants to end it. Catching up free Corruptors. Lings, can he get the High Templar? The Templar! No! Yeah, they got spotted. Massive pickups. He gets 1, he gets 2. The rest of the Templar should go down. Lings, they ignore them. They just go for the counterattack instead. Mutas into the main base. Lings into the natural. And Zoun is forced to turn around. At the same time, Zealots, they move in. Okay. The Zealots are getting damage done. Corruptors, they turn away the Phoenixes. They do Zone. The Zealots, they wreak havoc. They're in all the mineral lines. We're getting messy. We're getting messy. Oof. As these Zealots, they trade so well. 26 drone kills. Mutas, they make it out. They're racing home. They're racing home to defend. More drones going to be falling. We have comparable economic losses for both players. And Rogue has no bank. Rogue, he has no bank. And Zoun looking to force the ace match. He's coming. He's looking to force that ace match. As what you see is what you get for Rogue. Lings, they try to engage. Massive storm. Yeah, Lings are just melting here before the storm, before the Archons. Mutas, can they overwhelm? Oh, they cannot. So GG gets called, and Zoun, he will claim game number 2. We're going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Who needs a 4th base? Remember, this is a 3-base all-in. It was a 3-base all-in out of Zoun. He never got a 4th base. He never really got it up and running and saturated. He just pushed on 3 bases, moved out with a massive ground army. And as we tried to emphasize, Rogue, he could not fight the army head-on. He was stuck with all these mutas, which are amazing to harass, but they struggle when it comes to these head-on fights. They're not built to fight head-on. They're not built to engage in that kind of way. And with that, Zoun, he snowballs out of control. He breaks out across the map, and we're going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. We saw that Rogue, he was desperate for damage, and he was able to get into mineral lines and kill some probes. That's great and all, but he could not deal with the main army. He could not deal with that Protoss death wall. And now we're loading into Tourmaline. A much smaller map in the map, a much more aggressive map as well. It's been a very aggressive and a very awkward series is what I will say. We've yet to see like some standard builds into the mid game. Hasn't happened yet, and I don't expect it to happen. I don't. Let's go. We're spawning in the top right hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss for onside. It is Zoun. And spawning in the left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. It is Ro8. Let's go. Let us go. Este sinistro in the chat. Este sinistro. Este sinistro. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Fala galera, papi. Obrigado, obrigado. Oh. So we're settling into our ace match here. We're getting into game 3. We're getting into the ace match. All ends here as Rogi sets up with the proxy hatch across the map. Oh my god. Sets up with the hatchery. Sets up with the proxy. And so far, Zoun is unaware. He is unaware. He was quick to scout in game 1 on 10,000 feet, but here on Tourmaline, he is yet to confirm. As Ro8 does poke in. Yo, he's faking a hatch block. Yo, he's faking a hatch block. He's distracting Zoun. Yeah, he does distract. And does he see? Still not. Yeah, he's still not aware. Drones are here to once again disrupt the wall. Ooh, we lose one drone. Bit of miscontrol by Zoun, but he does kill a probe. Yeah, 1-to-1 trade. Jesus, those drones are deadly. Does pull more boys. Oh, does force more boys being pulled. More chaos. Hatchery is about to finish. And these drones can morph into spines. They can morph into spine crawlers. A third drone is... Oh no, we'll lose one. Miscontrol there by Rogue. Does lose one of the workers. Hatchery is now complete. And can he get a spine up? Oh, he blocks the wall. Oh my god. He's blocking. He gets a probe. The drones are crazy. I mean, it's still been very messy. Rogue did lose 2 drones in the process. So it's still been very messy. The wall is open. Yep, as we're seeing here, the Unsol Sab. Lings are popping out. Do we attempt a spine? Oh no! Miss rally. Yeah, miss rally. Oh, free drone here. Drone gets thrown away for free. Rogue, we gotta lock in. We can't throw away these units not this early on. And here come the spines. Spine crawlers are on the way, but again, it's just been a very messy start here from Rogue. From both players, to be fair. It's just been a mess. It's been a messy game. It's been messy. Lings are trying to collapse in, but there's 3 batteries. Like, I don't see Zoun losing this. Like, Zoun, he should be perfectly solid here at the wall. He's got 3 batteries. He's got the boys to make sure it doesn't get surrounded. Another Zealot's hopping out. Lings, they cannot engage, not within range of the batteries. Here comes the initial spine crawler. And now we commit. Yeah, now we have to commit. Spine crawler under fire. Will burrow, true. Yeah, it does burrow. Clutch transfuse, keeps it alive. And we are forcing a lot of DPS. Getting a lot of damage done. Spine crawlers are slowly pushing forward. There's 5 batteries, soon to be 7. Ducklings, they collapse in. They try to collapse in here, but again, the batteries, they maintain the entire army. One battery finally goes down. He gets one. He gets one battery. I mean, hey, the energy's running out. We're running out of energy. The Lings, they try to engage. First spine cooler goes down. No transfuse. Yeah, no transfuse, down to one spine. Oof. Tempted to move out. Does cancel the spine cooler. Rogue, he's running out of steam. Once again, we pull back to 7 batteries. GG gets called so many batteries, and Zoun, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the winners match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Zoun, he shuts down the proxy, shuts down the all-in. Again, it was a messy execution out of Rogue. As we mentioned, Rogue lost a lot of drones in the lead up to the all-in. And on top of that, the spine cores were also delayed as well. Delayed spines, dead drones, messy execution. And Zoun was able to thrive, setting up 7 batteries on the low ground. Whew, GG. GG, well played. With that, Zoun, he survives the aggression, survives the all-in, and Zoun will advance on. And with that, we're getting ready for our winners match. It's going to be a PvT between Zoun and Maru in the winners match. Meanwhile, it's going to be a ZVZ between SHIN and Rogue in the elimination match. Oh boy, we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon.
GSL Season 2.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the winners match, the third series of the Rebroadcast, the third series here of the 2026 GSL Season 2 Round of 8 Group B. We have our first starting matches concluding, and now we're here to determine who's going to be the first player to advance on into the semi-finals. Who's it going to be? We have a TVP between Maru and Zoun, and these two, they're teammates, they're good friends, but we also have some history between the two of them as well. Let us get into it here. When it comes to this series, when it comes to this matchup here, Maru, he is coming in as a heavy favorite. Maru, he has some of the best TVP in the world, that he is hyper aggressive. We expect this to be a very short series, non-stop aggression, non-stop all-ins out of Maru. Meanwhile, Zoun has defeated Maru in recent history, a couple of months ago. I believe it was in GSL CK, but that was in a longer macro game. If Zoun can get into a longer macro game and gain map control 4 bases plus, then Zoun can look dominant, but that's only if he can get there. If he can't get there, that's where we favor Maru instead. But let's go. Let us go. As our players are getting ready, players are gearing up. Yeah, we are gearing up here. We have our TVP, and oh boy, curious what the vetoes are going to be. Show us those vetoes. Bam! Game 1, Winter Madness. Game 2, 10,000 feet. Game 3, White Rabbits. Interesting. So Zoun gets rid of the more aggressive maps. He gets rid of Ruby Rock, which favors all-ins, Tourmaline, which favors all-ins, and Mothership, which has that RNG factor as well. So Zoun, he gets rid of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Maru gets rid of the turtle-heavy maps. Celestial Enclave, known for turtle-heavy play. Kaito and Old Republic, known for having a hard time defending your 4th expansion, your 3rd expansion even at times as well. So now we have the best we can afford here. We're loading into game 1. We're loading into, I believe, Winter Madness. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the blue Terran player for onside. It is Maru. In the top left hand corner we have the South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss for onside as well. Zoun. Let's go. Let us go. As you can see, offline we have a tied 4-4 scoreline. Online, they're heavily in favor of Maru. Again, Maru is favored in this series, but as I mentioned before, I do favor Zoun if he can slow the game down. If not, that's where Maru thrives. And Maru, he's known for being hyper aggressive, and he's known for being very all-in in the TVP matchup. I'm ready for it. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. As for now, we're jumping into a game. We're jumping into our series. At first, we have Zoun scouting for proxies. Don't blame him. As I mentioned, Maru is known for being hyper aggressive, so Zoun is looking for proxies and making sure there's no shenanigans going on. Just making sure. Again, he does confirm. Likewise, eBay block here by Maru will delay the expansion. A couple of probes are pulled down though, and this is a fast scout out of Zoun. He should force a cancel, and Zoun can expand freely. If this was scouted later, then Maru would have gotten more progression on the eBay. Zoun would have been forced to expand elsewhere at a 3rd location. Zoun would have been forced into the unnatural natural. But so far so good. Maru he will delay, Maru will cancel. Yep, there it is. There's that refund. And Maru will expand. Economic opener out of Maru going for a Rax expand and not going for the faster factory. We're calming down. The drones might be small, but they got some fight in them. True. We saw that last game. But to a fault there, where again, Rogue did lose a lot of drones early on. There's 3 drones going down. Regardless, we have our fresh series here. And again, we'll see if Zoun can keep up. The first Reaper does poke into the main. We'll threaten the mineral line. Shouldn't get any worker kills here. We'll just disrupt. As we have Maru getting his bunker back at home and getting to his own racks into factory. There's no fast tech lab. There's no, say, 3x follow-up here or 3C3 racks. Instead, going for a much more standard follow-up instead. Nothing crazy yet. Meanwhile, we have Zoun going for his own Twilight Council. So we have our tech of choice, Twilight Council, most likely into Blink. Charge base openers are more common on smaller maps, but as the map is larger, it should be Blink on the horizon for our Protoss player. So we are expecting Blink Stalkers. Reaper does poke in. Does poke in and will delay the gateway. Does delay. Dips into the main, confirms the tech of choice. Nice scouting here by Maru. We shut down, but again, what's important here is the scout. So delayed the gateway, saw the Twilight Council. Maru is aware. Zoun playing safe, getting a robo on 2 bases. You can cut some corners here on Winter Madness and go for a faster 3rd base, but again, Zoun is playing safe. Meanwhile, Maru, going for the 1-1-1 into Cloak Banshee. Okay. Not the fastest Cloak Banshee you can go for, as this was not a double gas opener, but regardless, Cloak Banshee nonetheless. Currently, Zoun is in the dark. There is no sentry. He is getting a 3rd gateway here, so 3-gate blink into the robo, can go for the observer, and will eventually get across the map, but I believe Cloak should go unscouted. I believe the Banshees will hit first. At least Zoun will have access to detection. There's the observer. Observer's on the way. Heli does scout. Does confirm. Yeah, scouts the early robo. Maru's now aware that observers are going to be out on the map. Maru, he knows. He knows that. He knows. There we go. Cloak is done. I believe there's a 2nd observer just now popping out, so just in time to defend. Zoun, he will have defensive detection. Same time, does spot the Banshee. Nice pickup. He gets 1. Ooh, yeah, he gets 1 Banshee already. Massive pickup. The 2nd Banshee does get into the main base, getting 1, 2, 3, up to 4 probes. Some damage is being dealt at least. And this is better than nothing, but it's still rough losing a Banshee already before the aggression begins. So 6 probe kills for a Banshee so far, a bit of an even trade. At least Maru does keep the Banshee alive. He can always go back in. He can always go back in. Zoun is forced out of the bases. Behind this, going for a gateway heavy style. Now going for a later bait into later Colossus. Ooh, was the 2nd Banshee. Yeah, 2nd Banshee did fall. In the end, it's 2 probes, so I believe that is 8 probe kills. 8 probes for 2 Banshees plus Cloak as well. Like, it's okay damage here from Maru. Ideally, he did want more. And here comes the main push. Here comes the main move out. How hard does he commit? He's still waiting for the upgrades. Okay. Still waiting for Sim. Still waiting for combat shields. Still waiting for everything to kick in. When that does happen, Maru will have the option to pull the boys. He will have that option. Maru does break out. Trading with the Stalkers. Maru, show us what you got. Upgrades are finishing. Behind this, I believe Maru's getting a 3rd CC. Yeah. He throws down the 3rd CC here at the natural, so it looks like he is expanding. He does not go for the all-in, but he's still being aggressive. He's still pushing. Can he get up the ramp? Colossus halfway done. Sim is almost complete. Tanks take siege. Yeah, they do siege up. They're a little bit far back, though. Yeah, they're a little bit far back. Ideally, Maru wants to bait the army into range. He wants to bait him. He does. Let's try to bait him in. Jesus, we have a massive minefield. Colossus has arrived. Mine shot's going up. 1 tank goes down. No, not even. Yeah, tank barely survives. Gets an extra volley off before eventually does fall. And Zoun holds. Zoun, he holds, he defends. He does shut Maru down. Cleans up the army. Cleans up the reinforcements as well. He is forced back. Dropping into the natural. Trying to buy time. Now, at least Zoun was stuck on 3 bases, and his 4th base is a little bit later here, but this is a stronger position for Zoun. And what did I say at the beginning of the game? Zoun is favored if he can build up into 4 bases. And he's almost there. He's almost on a 4-base economy. He's making it through the early game. Maru chose not to all in. And Zoun, he can now start to stabilize and look to get further ahead. Este Zoun. Things are looking up. Nice catch. Gets a full medevac. Massive pick up here. Gets 1, gets 2. Ooh, just 1. But again, that was a full medevac going down. As I mentioned before, Maru's pulling further behind. Zoun is getting further ahead. Getting into 4 bases. Defending against all the drop play. Upgrades are catching up. Disruptive production has begun. Soon, Zoun can take gases. Then he can afford a 2nd robo. And then he can take a 5th base. He's not there yet. Casito. Nice on Maru. Zoun's actually pushing. Oh, okay. Interesting. Zoun, instead of defending and getting further ahead, Zoun, he just commits. He commits across the map. And we'll see if he can break the expansion. What do we have to defend? Catching at the army, not bad. Mine shot goes off. Zelta rushing in. Decent connection. Some decent wide shots. Ooh, does find another full medevac. God, the medevacs are just being thrown away. Maru throws away all the medevacs, and here comes Zoun. Here come reinforcements, more warpins. We have 2 widow mines behind this. There are 2 mines. Zoun, this is it. It's your time, papi. Ah, he's not going for it. I do think that Zoun could break this position, but Zoun is not going for it. Zoun is expanding. He's macroing up behind this, and he will not commit. Will he, though? Extra Zealot Warpin says otherwise. Waits out 1 of the mines. I believe there's 3 widow mines left. I think it's too late now. I think Zoun waited too long. Does trade 1-to-1. Now there are 5 widow mines. Disruptors have arrived. True. With disruptors, Zoun, he can force his way in. He can start to nibble away at the widow mines. Never goes up. Mainly zones. Oh, we'll take a match up to the face. And there's a mainly zoning here. No major connections. Zoun is maxed. He does make his way into the mineral line. And as I mentioned before, we've seen Zoun defeat Maru before, and it's in this kind of game state where Maru fails to all in, and then Zoun is able to build up into a greater economy with map control. And this is where Zoun can dominate. He got to his comfort zone. He got there. This is where Zoun is at his best. EMP comes in. Nice EMP. Rotates towards the ramp. We'll take some mine shots to the face. Oof. Some brutal connections. Yeah, messy engage here from Zoun. He bleeds out a lot of zealots. Oh. It's 24 zealots, Jesus. Better Novas at least. Better purification Novas. There is 1 more Nova left. Still very tense here. But Zoun can't just back up. He needs to keep trading. He has to keep trading and keep the pressure on Maru. Otherwise, Maru's gonna get out of hand. Zoun, we gotta move in. Yeah, he's giving Maru a lot of time. Maru's setting up. Setting up his mines. Zoun rotates over. He's got two Novas in the chamber. Sorry, he's got more than that. He's got 4. Mind Shot goes off. First Nova, no connection. And because Zoun hasn't been assertive here, Maru sneaks out of 4th base. And Zoun, he has to fight for it. He has to fight for that 4th. So far, decent connections. Does pick up a couple of Widow Mines. Oh, nice catch on the Ghost. Ghost goes down. Nice pickoff. I'm hoping that Zoun realizes that Planetary has been taken. Yeah, he's checking. So he blinks in. Again, now he knows it's a Planetary. Now he's aware. We do need more urgency here out of Zoun. Better pickups. Does catch a couple Marines. Does catch a couple Marauders. Nice pickups out of Zoun. Again, Zoun, he cannot back off. Gotta keep poking, gotta keep prodding. Takes some matchups to the face. Runs into the scan. Bit of miscontrol out of Zoun. All the Novas are gonna connect. Ooh, massive connections. Here, Novas are popping up. But the Colossus is going down. The Vikings, they do pop up as well. Catching at the Colossus, catching at the Prism. Zoun, he takes a rough fight. He has to get the hell out of here. And Zoun, he will lose map control. I mentioned earlier that Zoun, he just gave Maru so much time. And again, Maru should never have expanded. So Zoun just too passive. Maru breaks out. Zoun is in trouble. He's stuck with melee Gateway Army against Mass Marauder. We need some splash damage. We need something. He blinks in. He's crazy. Okay, nice round. Zealots are coming from behind. Collapsing on the Marauders. Colossus coming in, and Zoun is holding. Whew. Zoun is holding. He does pop out with 3 Colossus. And he's holding on. Ooh, bleeds out a lot of Stalkers. A lot of Stalkers go down. Zoun, he does focus on those Marauders. Very nice catch for Zoun. Uh-oh. Is he moving out too far? We need Zealots. We need Zealots. Here comes the flank. Yeah, flanking army comes in. Colossus getting low. And he has overextended. Yeah, big overextension here. Zoun losing 2 Colossus. Ay. No battery on the high ground. We'll lose another. Massive losses here for Zoun. And he'll lose the base. GG gets called with that. Maru, he will take game number 1. GG, well played. That was Zoun's game to lose. That was his game to lose. Zoun, he got to the ideal. He got it to 4, 5, 6 bases. He was containing Maru on 3 bases as well. But as we mentioned, Zoun, he was too passive. He was too passive. When I say passive, what I mean by that, if you remember, is that Zoun, he was applying pressure to the 3rd base, but for extended periods of time, he was backing off. He was backing off and then warping in. And if you remember specifically, he backed off and he was knocking down rocks. He was like attacking, destroying rocks. And when he was doing that, Maru was able to expand, was able to get a 4th base up and running, was able to expand his own economy, build up, of course, and start to branch out. Whereas Zoun needed to have been staying outside of the 3rd base to contain Maru, to fight for control of the 4th expansion, and to keep Maru on a low base count. But again, Zoun, he backed off. He gave a lot of breathing room to Maru. GG, well played with that. Maru's Nobles out of control, and with that, we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Zoun can bring it back here, because again, I feel like that was Zoun's game to lose. Like Witcher Madness, he was in a better position, he had control. Let's go. Let us go as we are loading into 10,000 feet. I would at least hope that maybe game 1 gives Zoun a little bit more confidence. I would hope that he recognizes that like he was in a winning position, that he was looking good. We'll see. We'll see. As we're loading into 10,000 feet, a smaller map of the map pool. Oh boy. Let's go. Now, the thing that I'm most concerned by here is that Winter Madness was probably going to be the best map for Zoun to be able to build up to a higher base count on. It's going to be much more difficult coming into 10,000 feet. It's not going to be easy here, as in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing onside. It is Maru. That duck, goddamn it. In the top left corner, we have the red Protoss player also representing onside. It is Zoun. Here we go. So you're loading into 10,000 feet. Again, a smaller map of the map pool, shorter rush distance by ground. I will say that your initial 4 bases on this map are relatively easy to defend and maintain. It's the 5th base that's much more difficult to really branch out into. But we'll see how Zoun will adjust his approach. We shall see. Yes, the twerking duck emote. I'm shaking my head. God damn it. What is happening over on Soup? What is happening? From here, we're just calming down, we're building up. We'll keep an eye on, I mean, this time Maru does not go for the eBay block. True, no eBay block. We're just settling in. Double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC out of Maru. This is a bit of a difference. This tells me that Maru may decide to go for, say, committed early Cyclone aggression into into Marine Cyclone early medevac push. We could see committed Cyclone play instead. We can see committed Banshee play. Widow Mines. Where are you taking us? Este Maru. Here we go. Again, not gonna lie, I'm a little bit surprised that Maru was not as aggressive as we expected in game 1. That may change here coming to game 2. We'll see. He may just play for mid game. Zoun does hide a probe in the top right hand corner of the map. Do you see that? So Twilight Council open out of Zoun, and Zoun, he's hiding a probe, and no, he comes back. I was gonna say, if he keeps that probe hidden, he may go for a pylon into a proxy Dark Shrine, but the probe is reactivated and the probe comes back home. So never mind. No proxy, no shenanigans. Makes it back home. We have our Twilight Council opener into Blink. Last game we had a relatively safe build going 3-gate Blink into a Robo into the Expand. And we'll see if Zoun does the same. Oh. Catching out the Reaper. Reaper gets caught. Extra gateway is being thrown down. There's that 3-gate Blink. We're still waiting for the Robo. Still waiting. There it is. And Maru, he does end up going for the early Marine Cyclone drop. Again, that's one of the common builds that you can follow up with after a faster factory. Is with Marine Cyclone. Maru moves in. And is deflected. Yeah, Locking on the start on the initial Stalker. Welcome is broken. And Sound defense.
Does defend.
Might be behind this, just calming down. Does at least preserve the army, saves a Cyclone, working towards Stim, extra Raxes. Settling into the mid game. Nothing crazy. And this time Maru's not committing into Cloak Banshee, true. Which again was a little bit shaky from Maru last game. And we're still waiting to determine whether or not Maru commits. Like, does he commit on 2 bases and go for a strong timing, or does he expand, right? Does he get a 3rd base behind this instead? The shot of rush distance may give Maru the opportunity to go for an all-in. But we'll see. For now, we're just waiting for Stim. Stim, combat shields. Upgrades wrapping up. Maru, he does break out. A bit of a beyond push here at Maru as he does push pre-Stim. And behind this, we're expecting an expansion. So Maru gets across the map. He always got his Raven, true. Oh no! The Raven does survive. Maru's moving in, setting up his Widow Mines. Doesn't go for the Armor Shred. No, not quite. Throws out the auto charge instead. Pulls back the army, takes in the battery, not bad, and he's going for the base, and he's going for the expand. Yeah, the Nexus is going to go down. Ay, ay, ay. Maru, he just bullies his way through. There is no Colossus, not yet. And this is brutal. It's brutal damage here. Zoun is supply blocked. He falls behind. Maru keeps pushing. I believe with the Colossus arriving, that should force Maru back. No, that's just a Spylon. No, he depowers the Robo. Yeah, Robo gets depowered. Massive pickoff. Colossus is delayed. It's about to be repowered. But still some heavy losses for Zoun. This is getting in a hand. It's getting in a hand real fast and real quick. A very rough start for Zoun. Maru gets away. He pulls back. He gets away. Took down the expansion. Behind this, Maru throws down his own 3rd. And Maru has a greater economy. It's 2 base versus 2 base. Plus mules for Maru. So Maru's ahead, faster 3rd. He got what he wanted. And Zoun is in a brutal position. How do we recover? Now, there are a couple different ways. Blink Stalker, Aggression, Zealot Unbias, Prism Harass as well. There are ways to try to backstab. Oh, there's also this way, double expand. Zoun is behind, as we mentioned. Zoun, he is behind, so double expanding. This is quite greedy from Zoun, but it is a way to recover. True. Just being hyper greedy. But again, Zoun, he has to take these risks. He has to take a risk. He has to take a chance. What else can he do back? True. And what else can be done? Zoun catching up with the Mind Drop. Does keep up. Now Maru, he can just chill. He can just chill, goes to the Mind Drop, delay reaction. Oh no! Oof. Catching out 3 probes. Widow Mind say try to waddle away. Shouldn't be able to. Now, I believe with that medevac, Maru, he just saw the 4th expansion. At the same time, Zoun moves in. Ooh, going for a massive weapon as well. Going for the Academy, okay. He's going for the Academy. Can he bring it down? It's going to be close. The Academy down to half HP. No repairs. And it looks like the Academy, it is going to go down. A very nice snipe here out of Zoun. Recalls back home. At the same time pushing in. Maru's out of position. He's out of position. He F2'd into his main. At the same time, Zoun, he's defending back at home. He goes to the warp in. 8 SCV kills. Gatsu catches a Raven. Yeah, Maru just being pulled apart. And Zoun is recovering. These are the moves he needed. Zoun, he gets away with a double expansion. He gets away with a Zealot drop and Zealot harass. 13 SCV kills. Snipe the Academy. Snipe the Raven. We have a game. We have a game, Pat. And now Maru, his lead isn't as large as it once was. Not as much. You see Zoun now spike ahead when it comes to the income due to the double expand. Maru does find the Warp Prism. Nice catch. Prism goes down. Still very tense. Still very tense here. See Maru turtling up and getting his 4th base. We did mention this previously, how specifically on 10,000 feet, the 4 base setup is easier to maintain. So he's claiming his 4th base, he's turtling up, sensor towers, additional CCs, planetary is about to finish. And Maru can max. He can now max out. And as the Protoss player, trying to break the 4 basing Terran is very difficult on 10,000 feet. Much more so compared to Winter Madness. If you remember last game, we were harping on Zoun for being passive and allowing Maru to expand on Winter Madness and missing his opportunity. Here, I mean, we're more lenient because it is harder to break a turtling Terran on 10,000 feet, so there was no opportunity for Zoun. As you can see, we have a ring of turrets, Vikings on patrol, all division with the sensor towers, and now Maru's maxed. So this is where Maru can be at his best. He's maxed out. He's building up a superior composition. Zoun going for the double prism drop. Okay. Double drop into the main. One of these prisms will go down due to all the turrets and Vikings. There's a chance that maybe even both prisms go down as well. Like, we'll see. I feel like it's going to depend on the Vikings. If the Vikings are in position, then the drop is going to be denied. If they move out of the way, then there's going to be a way in. Oh, the prisms get spotted. Yeah, Maru, now he knows. He's aware of the potential double drop. Prisms, they make their way towards the center. They try to. Maru, he just walks across the map. Okay, sure. Just walks across, 5 probe kills. We're the Liberators. Prisms, they move in. Yeah, the prism are going to be going down. They should not get a warp in. Maru will defend. At the same time, we have Zoun pushing in towards a 4th. Maru, he was out of position, but he should save the command center. That's really close. No repair. Yeah, no repairs. CC goes down. It's a decent pickoff out of Zoun. Decent pickoff. Maru, he scans. He does spot the harassing army. And soon Maru can push. For now, he's waiting to mass up his Liberators. He's got 2 so far, soon to be 6, and he's also working on Liberator range, on advanced ballistics. Once the upgrades kick in, then Maru can start to push. Well, I say start to push. Ideally, Maru, he turtles up back at home, waits for Zoun to take a bad fight into Maru, and then Maru can counterattack. So ideally, Maru wants to wait for Zoun to come to him. As again, the map is so small that there aren't really many bases to take. Maru gets caught on the right hand side, does pick up, does get the hell out of there. At the same time, Maru does take down the center left base. Not bad. Gets one, and soon to be 2 bases. At the same time, Zoun is pushing in. Maru's out of position. Yeah, Liberators are exposed. Massive pickups. He gets 2 Liberators already. Getting 3, getting 4. 4 Liberators go down. Yeah, heavy losses for Maru, losing the expansion as well. As Maru, he was not expecting this kind of push. He was not ready for it. He wasn't ready. And this time he is. He has an army in position. Still some rough trades here from Maru. Oh, he wants to give chase. There's not many Stalkers. Yeah, not many Stalkers here. He can chase down the Colossus. Gets 1. Gets 2. And should get all 3. Yeah, massive catch here. Maru, he shuts down all the Colossi. Sims on in. And only 1 Immortal gets away. Only 1 Immortal gets recalled. And Zoun plummets in supply. Ay, ay, ay. And as we mentioned, Maru was waiting for Zoun to take a bad fight. And once a bad fight happens, bam, we counterattack. Maru counterattacks, there's nothing in the air. He can soon land the Vikings. Massive Zealot Warpins. He's warping in as much as he can. Nice big, nice dive. Gets us all the Liberators. And Zoun holds. Zoun does hold on. Does lose the expansion though. He almost reset the Viking count, so that's gonna create an opening here for Colossus. Will create an opening. As the Planetary survives. Nice focus firing here out of Zoun. Catching a couple of medevacs and a Viking. Once again, keeping the Viking count low. Colossus production has begun once again. It's a messy game. It's very, very messy here. Very back and forth. I still do prefer Maru's position just because of the army that he's maintaining. Zoun is trying to saturate those center expansions. Trying to. Maru is remaxing. He's still maintaining a high ghost count. He's still building up his Liberators. He still has a greater army, assuming everything's in position, of course. Like Zoun has been able to, he's been able to outposition Maru a couple of times. Even here, catching out 2 free libs. He gets 1, he gets 2. And the Planetary, Maru completely out of position. And Maru, he wasn't ready. Same time, he does take down an expansion, but Maru losing a base meant that much more. That was more meaningful. Maru force supplied with half his army. Liberator goes down. Or he needs his reinforcements, he needs his other army. He's racing over. Boys are being pulled. The Planetary is going to go down. Yeah, the Immortals, they get so much damage done, and Maru, he's hurting. Now here comes the second army. He's coming in. Yeah, fighting with half his army at a time. Let's get on top of the Colossus. Let's sim in. Let's try to stim forward here, and it looks like Maru, he will break through. But Maru's all in. Maru, he's all in. He has no economy remaining. He does reset the Colossus count, but he has to keep going. The problem is that Zoun has so many Zealot reinforcements. Zoun, has he done it? He's got 2,000 minerals in the bank. He just keep warping in. Yeah, you just keep warping in. Center left is going to fall. But Maru needs more than this, and he's not going to get it. Yeah, he's not going to get it here. The Warpins, they continue. Zoun is remaxed, and Zoun is looking to force the ace match. As this is all that Maru has left. It's all he's got. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 Liberators. 0 lives left. Now only a Pi army, and GG gets called. GG gets called. Maru, he runs out of steam, and Zoun, he will tap the series. We're going to the ace match. Ooh. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to the ace match, all the way to game 3. Winding it back here again. Maru one too many times out of position. Maru, he was just out of position so often when it came to defending his 4th base, defending his 5th base, when it came to trying to keep up with the army. Time and time again, we saw that he was rotating towards the right-hand side or not even counter-attacking, and Zoun was able to punish. I want to say there were like 2 or 3 big moments where that happened. One of the big moments was when Zoun pushed into the center base, if you recall, where there were only 2 liberators and Maru was on the left-hand side. The other moment was when Zoun broke the 5th expansion of Maru on the left-hand side as well. And again, Maru, he was just out of position. He was on the right-hand side instead. Just had a really hard time keeping up with Zoun's rotations. Very hard time. And now we're getting into game 3. It all ends here. It all ends on White Rabbits. And I'll be honest, I could have seen Zoun 2-0ing. Like again, I'm still thinking about Winter Madness. Still thinking about it, but let's go. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Terran, the blue Terran for onside. It is Maru. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have, for also representing onside, it is Zoun. Let's go. Let us go. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to the ace match. So loading into White Rabbits. So it does look like it's going to be a longer broadcast today. So far, it's been an hour for each best of 3. Oh, no. Longer broadcast, but it's what we want, baby. We want the ace matches. True. Non-stop ace matches, non-stop game 3s. Maru does go for a fake proxy, does set up the racks outside of the 3rd. So fake proxy out of Maru. He wants to force an overreaction, and we'll see if he does. We can see Zoun already sends out a 2nd probe to scout, so that's already 1 extra worker that's not mining. So already some damage being dealt. And already nice damage. As they're going for the proxy factory alongside it. The fake proxy factory, I should say. So just a standard open out of Maru, and Zoun is still terrified. Yeah, making an early Zeld as well. He's falling for it. Maru, he's just floating back home. Zoun still looking. Still searching. And here comes the follow-up. Once again, just a standard follow-up here. Oh, Zoun forced to throw down 2 extra gateways on 1 base. Oh my god, a very brutal response here out of Zoun. He's going for a 3-gate opener. Zoun, he's forcing himself all in, essentially. Like, Zoun will still expand behind this, but yeah, Zoun has to set up a proxy pylon. Zoun, he has to commit. As Zoun expansion is just so delayed. And we'll see what Zoun can get done. Maru scouts, he confirms, no expand. Big scout for Zoun, sorry, big scout for Maru. Bunker is done. Zoun now realizes what's going on. It's going to be a proxy 4 gates. Okay. 3 gates at home, 1 gate across the map is going to be a 4-gate all-in. It's going to be a 4-gate all-in. One way or another, the game is about to win. Either Zoun breaks Maru or he dies trying. Oh, a tank is on the way. If this tank can pop out, I mean, that's going to be game. Zoun, how does he break the tank? The robot will help. He can go for a proxy war prism. He can go for the prism. There's the first tank. Are we going tank into Banshee? Okay. Yeah, he's going into Banshee play. Interesting. I mean, technically, if there's no detection, Banshees, they can excel defensively. Maru, he's scouting. He still doesn't know what's going on. Now confirms, still no expands. Yep, no Nexus. He evacuates. Quick reaction. Very nice. And pulls away in time. The Withering Pool to repair. Nice force field. Gets a nice surface area. Can he get the bunker? He cannot. Yeah, massive tank shots going off. 1, 2, 3 Stalkers going down. The tank shots are insane. And as we mentioned, with a tank popping out, Zoun cannot break through. He cannot break through. Heavy losses for Zoun. Forced to expand. He's going to try to back her out of this. The all-in has failed. Oof. And this is where Banshees can excel. Yeah, the Banshee moves out across the map. There's nothing at home to defend for Zoun. This is the kill shot. 0 detection, 0 defenses. Even a recall won't help, actually. There's just no detection. And Banshee arrives. Does force a defensive warp in. Cloak is activated. GG. GG gets called. The invisible flying machine will do it. And Maru will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. The invisible flying machine, Fabi. 0 detection, no way to deal with the Banshee. With that, Maru will claim the series. But again, it was just a crazy mind game, right? Zoun, he believed that there was a proxy. He believed that there was some shenanigans going on. Zoun was forced into the one base all-in, and then Maru shut him down. Maru, he was able to shut down the all-in, defend well enough, got the tank count, went for the swap into Banshees, and with that was able to go for the kill shot, the 1-2 punch, defend with the tank, counterattack with the Banshee, and end the game. GG. GG, well played. With that, Maru, he will claim the series. I'm still thinking about Winter Madness. Like, I can definitely see a world where Zoun could have taken the 2-0 and taken down Maru, but alas, went all the way to the ace match. Here, got heavily mind-gamed, and Maru will claim the series. GG, well played. I believe we're getting ready for a winner's interview. I believe we're going to have a new interview with Maru. I'm ready for Tastes to ask Maru what his goals are. what are your life goals, Pappy? What you want to redeem yourself and win GSL? That's crazy. We wouldn't have known that. Crazy. Let's go. I'm ready for the interview.
Congratulations on your first place victory here in Group B. Look, I have to ask you, can you walk me through the game plan there in game number 3, the proxy barracks and the proxy factory? Because that was such a cool build.
What do you mean?
네, 일단 조선 선수 승리 축하드리고요.
As we saw, the game plan was to force a reaction out of Zoun, right?
일단 그 전진유
To force an overreaction, which worked.
좀 해주신다면 되게 좀
What?
되게 좀 신박한
Okay.
빌드였거든요. 그 빌드가 어떻게 나오는지 한번 좀 얘기를 해주시죠.
예전에 이제 전진 배럭 전진 건물 많이 할 때 생각해 놓은 건데 쓸 기회가 없었는데 오늘 좀 상황이 좋았어가지고 그렇게 쓰게 됐습니다.
Yeah, this build is actually the one I have been in my mind since when I used to do a lot of proxies. I think like back in like a few years ago. So yeah, I think the circumstances may mean like not to use that build for a long time, but actually this was the time to. This was a really good chance to do that build. So yeah, just went for it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your victory. You are now moving on into the round of 4. You were unable to win the last season of GSL. Do you think you can win it this time?
Oh,
이제
tasteless.
4강에 다시 진출을 하게 되셨는데.
I mean, he asked the same question, but he used different words. We were joking yesterday that Chaseless, he was going to bring out a thesaurus, and he's like using different words to mean the same thing. He did
일단
it.
4강을 넘어야 될 것 같아가지고 도우기 형이 준비를.
Instead of what are your goals, he's saying, do you think you'll win?
그거 이기면은 충분히 가능성이 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like think that much, honestly. I'm just trying to beat Cure in the TVT. Since he's preparing a lot, and he's doing a lot of stuff that are hard to counter. So yeah, I'll just try to focus on the initial semifinals, and then if I get through, I think I have a good chance to win the trophy.
Well, congratulations again on your win, and best of luck in the Final Four.
감사합니다.
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 But here we go. With that, we are going to be wrapping up our winners match here, and up next we have the elimination match. It's going to be a ZVZ between Ro8 and SHIN. One of these two players is going to be knocked out of GSL. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have that final series. We'll have that ZVZ. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Oh.
GSL Season 2.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 GSL Season 2 Round of 8 Group B. We had just wrapped up with our winners match, and Maru takes them down 2-1 to advance on to the semifinals. And up next, we do have the elimination match. It's going to be a ZVZ between SHIN and Ro8 to determine the first player to be knocked out of GSL in this group. And honestly, this can go either way. I typically do lean towards SHIN and ZVZ. Ro8, though, can be a very dynamic and very interesting player in ZVZ. I will say that he can be very, very interesting. He does often like to come up with his own builds and have his own little quirks, but we'll see. We shall see as we are getting into our fresh series. Let's go. We're getting into our ZVZ. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. We are going to be opening up. We can see the shelf of trophies and One Piece figures. Este shins, papi, este shins. Likewise, we got the weights. We got the apartment workout behind Ro8. We got the creatine. We got the Vámonos. Again, when it comes to Ro8 ZVZ, I always find it a lot of fun. I always have a lot of fun covering Ro8 ZVZ. He's a very quirky player known for some diverse play, going for like proxy spires and going for early 12-11s, for example. It's going to be an interesting one. The Vitas matter a little bit less as a result. It's going to be White Rabbits at 10,000 feet and Tourmaline. There's a little bit less to dissect here, as the ZVZ and most mirror matchups don't really... I mean, each map plays out a little bit differently compared to normal. Especially with ZVZ, we expect hyper aggression, we expect early timings, very, very early timings. It's quite rare to get up to a stable 3 and 4 base economy. We're expecting like 2 to 3 base aggression from our players. Let's go. Let us go. So we are loading in. And spawning in the top right hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the blue Zerg player. It is SHIN. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. It is Ro8. Let's go. Let us go. As you can see here, we have our head-to-head record here. Ro8 with a slight advantage in offline events. Meanwhile, Ro8 with an advantage as well in online events. So Ro8, he does have the historical advantage over SHIN, but that is historical. Like I would say in recent times and recent performances that SHIN has had the advantage over Ro8. But we'll see as SHIN does open up with a very fast spawning pool. So early pool timing here by SHIN. I believe this is either a 14 or 15 pool, so not overly aggressive, not overly all-in, but does allow for early Ling aggression nonetheless from the side of our blue Zerg player. And I'm curious if the plan here is to go gasless. Do we go early pool into hatch, into a 2-base setup here, into a delayed third, and into a 2-base all-in and 2-base play? That's what it looks like here. Again, early pool means early Lings, that is true, but also early queen production as well. And yep, we have confirmation it is gasless. So gasless opener out of SHIN. Meanwhile, hatch gas pool standard opener out of Ro8. Now, again, so I guess I was kind of getting ahead of myself. To discuss 2-base openers and gasless openers, this screams 2-base Ro8, right? It screams 2-base Ro8, it screams 2-base Lair. Because your gases are going to be so late, it means that you're going to be skipping Link speed entirely, and when you eventually take your gases, you spend it on a Lair, and you spend it on Ro8 production instead. Would you have an early wave of Lings on the way? That is true, to apply some pressure, but behind this, SHIN should be droning. And there it is, you can see in the production tab, SHIN is droning up as much as possible, and it should be fully rolling off on 2 bases. Should be going for the full wall. Meanwhile, we'll see if SHIN can cash out a drone on the low grounds, as he only just now takes his gases. From the side of Ro8, he will have that gas advantage, and ideally Ro8 skips Link speed once he realizes what's going on. But he first has to realize Overlord is checking for creep. We'll confirm the late expansion. Lings they move in. He wants the drones. He wants them. Can he get them? Gets 1. Yeah, 1 drone goes down. Not bad. Can he get 2? 1 so far. He does pivot around. And it looks like he will. Yeah, he does get a second drone. Very nice pick up here. 2 drone kills out of SHIN. Very nice. Shouldn't get any more, though. Yeah, will not get any more drone kills. Shin pulls away, but a really nice start. He gets 2 worker kills, and then Shin backs off. Behind this, Rogue does begin link speed. Ooh. So we'll see if Rogue cancels, as Rogue is supply blocked as well. If he cancels link speed, that means he can go into a faster lair and faster roaches. If he finishes link speed and if he fails to make use of it, then he will fall behind. Miss rally out of Shin. No, miss rally. Oh no. Shin, he will be losing some mining time here. Thankfully, they'll save the drone. Shin moves back in. He wants one more drone. He will not get one. And remember, Shin should be walling up. He does scout the main base. He confirms link speed on the way. Rogue pulls back in. Yeah, he pulls back in. It looks like Rogue is going to finish link speed. Can he catch a queen? Can he get in? Can he get past the wall? He's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the dive. Yeah, the wall was not a wall. Shin out of position. We get a surround on the queen. Can he get a queen? If so, it's worth it. And he can. Yeah, massive pig off. Queen goes down. Shin did mess up his defense. There should have been a full wall. And link speed does somewhat pay for itself, but miss rally out of Rogue as well. We're all miss rallying. Now, as we're settling into a longer game state, remember, Shin, he's skipping link speed. We have +1 at Carapace on the way. Ro8 is on the way as well. This looks like a +1 Carapace Roach all in. This should be Roach Ling. So Shin is going for a 2-base all in. We have link speed on the way to confirm, as we should never see link speed if this was for a macro game. And it looks like a hatch tech all in. In my mind, Shin will not get a lair. Oh, wait, +1 melee? That's gotta be fake. That has to be a fake upgrade. We'll see if he lets it finish. In my mind, it's just gonna cancel and just make roaches. No, lair is on the way. Okay, never mind. Shin, show us what you got. If he intends for +1 melee to finish, then this might just be a lair into 2-base Muta, but it feels really weird because the lair is late. Because the lair is so late, it's going to be a late Spire. It's a really weird build here from Shin. Very, very weird. Meanwhile, Rogue, he's cutting workers. Lair is done, Roach speed is on the way, +1 range is on the way, we're spreading creep. Rogue is doing something that makes sense, and that is he's going for an all-in. He's going for his own timing. It's going to be Mass Ling Roach, Mass Ling Ravager, essentially. And I'm still not entirely certain as to what Shin's plan is here. Wings they move out. Does have the Carapace upgrade, that is true. Does have the upgrade, roaches are amassing. So as we assumed, if +1 melee was going to finish, it screams 2-base Muta, so it is 2-base Muta as we had assumed. But the problem with this build that Shin is going for is that because the lair is late, the Spire is late. And because the Spire is late, the Mutas are not going to help here in the defense, assuming that Rogue was going to all in. But look at this, Rogue is droning. If Rogue drones from here, Shin gets away with it. And Rogue is droning. Shin's getting away with it. Does Rogue keep droning up though? As Rogue is now going back into Roach production. Spire is almost done. Changeling, did he scout? He might have. That Changeling might have seen the Spire. And that should trigger Rogue. Better concave here by Shin. Yeah, much better concave. He has 1-1. Shin, he breaks through all the Zerglings. Very nice engage here. Now he's going for the Roaches. The 1-1 Lings. And this is all about delaying the all-in. Delaying the push, catches the queen, Lings they pull away, Muse now in production, and if the Muse pop out in time, and they will defend. Rogue, he has to send it. He has to send it across the map. It's all or nothing. Rogue, he has 9 more roaches on the way. Rogue, he needs to deal some critical damage. He gets across the map. Gets a queen. Queen is going down. Lings, they collapse in. These mutas will eventually kill everything, but eventually. Before that happens, Rogue, he needs some economic damage here. He gets 1 queen so far. That's all he gets though. Yeah, that's all he gets. Nice split out of Rogue. He distracts. He does distract Shin. Roaches, they pivot back around. That once again should cause a distraction. These mutas, they're looking to gain map control. The roaches, they get caught out once again. And nice catch on the roaches. Spore will not finish. Massive pickup. Thankfully, there is a spore in the mineral line. Once again, more roaches are being thrown away. Nice roach run by here by Rogue. Trying to break through. Oh, Burrow, true. Burrow's being used. No detection. No detection, Batten. He busts into the main. Is getting into the mineral lines. Does he borrow these roaches? There's detection. Yeah, there is an overseer, but shit is being torn apart. The third base is going to go down. That third base will fall. Massive pickup. Behind this, Rogue is massing hydras. He's building up hydras. There's still a couple of roaches left behind in the mineral line. They can always unburrow. They can two-shot drones. And again, we're getting messy. We're getting messy here. These mutas, they can still find some damage though. They find a couple of overlords. We're getting messy. We're getting messy. Roaches, they move in. They try to move in. So far, SHIN, he is able to defend. Now, if SHIN can regain map control and reestablish his third base, then SHIN can recover. The issue that I have here is that SHIN, he's on a worse economy. He's heavily oversaturated. He's at least catching out all these roaches, but I'm concerned about the eventual Hydra counterattack. Now, what is SHIN's plan for the counterattack? Bailing speed, right? Bailing speed is on the way. We're building up Ling Bane. Ooh, we have some infestors for Rogue. Let's go. Fungals are going to be key. If you can fungal the banelings, I mean, then you can just win the game. Likewise, fungal on the Mutalist as well. He's ready for a counterattack, ready for a dive. Throwing down more spores. Setting on more spores in the main. He's now getting up to 4 infestors. Still very tense. Mass mutant into the main base. But now deflected. Banelings, they trade well. They catch some of the hydras. Very low hydra count. Only 8 hydras. Ugh. Again, it's expensive getting into these infestors. So Rogue, he needs more hydras. Baneling's rallying in. SHIN now starts to gain map, or starts to equalize the economy. And Banelings are all in. Nice fungal. Dials in a fungal. Shuts down some of the banelings, but that was 2 fungals. Yeah, that was 2 fungals. Lings, they bust into the main. So yeah, we're spending a lot of fungals here. Rogue's gotta be careful. Be a little bit more conservative with those fungals with that energy. Don't want to waste it. As Rogue, he will eventually break out. Wait, no shot. A hive is on the way. Are we going to wait for vipers? That might be the plan. Just turtle up and defend against into Vipers. No, shall we defend until Lurker Tech, right? There it is. Lurker 10 is on the way. Never mind. So we are just turtling up as much as we can. Turtling up into Lurker Tech, turtling up into Vipers as well. Technically, Rogue is building up a superior composition, and now suddenly SHIN is on a timer. SHIN, he has to do something here. He's getting his own pits for his own Ultra Tech. Failings, they run into Queens. And no major connections. Queens, they hold their own. Hold their own. Nice Roach counterattack. Catching a queen across the map. Once again being annoying. Clearing up Banelings. Even here. Lurker upgrades are on the way. Vipers as well. Now, what SHIN should be working towards is Ultra Tech. In my mind, with the high finishing up, we should be seeing Ultras into like a mass Ultra Tech army to try to break a Lurker line. There's my Microbo Shroud that will help again with the Ultras. But I believe the Lurker Tech army should hit first, right? Like, I believe Rogue should be the first to push, and I don't see Ultras being ready in time. Especially because they're lacking upgrades as well. Once again, nice Roach harass. There's the Ultra Cavern, as I mentioned. Like, that's the tech that we need here out of SHIN is Ultras. Rogue is maxed. Where's the bush? Rogue is gathering energy. So the goal here is Fungals for the Ling Bane, Parasitic Bomb here for the Mutas. And then it's go time. Show us the production tab. I want to see what are we waiting for? Adaptive Talons. Okay. Waiting for a couple of upgrades. Adaptive Talons +3. The longer this goes on, the better it is for SHIN. SHIN has now got 6 Ultras on the way. SHIN, he's now also maxing out. Rogue is missing his window. And now I don't know if I'm convinced that Rogue can pull this off. Like, Fungals, they don't really help against the Ultras. Neither do the Vipers. Rogue needs a very high Lurker army. Ideally, he builds up a mass amount of Lurkers, and he has like maybe 3 Vipers. Shout out to the Changelings. The Changelings back. But I do think that 2 Vipers is a little bit too low. 2 Vipers, it feels very risky, as we're banking a lot on making sure they survive and they land their power bombs. Feels very risky. Ultras are confirmed. Rogue knows. We land a couple of Fungals. We're spending a lot of Fungals here. Does lock down some of the Mutas. Yeah, there's a Parabomb. Here comes the main army. Here come the Ultras. They collapse on in. And do we have enough Lurkers? The answer is no. Yeah, not enough Lurkers here. 1, 2, 3 Lurkers go down. Oh, no detection. Uh-oh. Yeah, no detection. The Banelings, they catch the Infestors. Messy defense here from Rogue. Yeah, it's getting messy. Banelings are dealt with. The Ultras, they break down the expansion. There is detection. Yeah, Fungals are landing. Catching out the Hydras. Massive. Oh, the Hydras! The Hydras are going down. But SHIN supply blocks? Wait, what? SHIN has 1,000 gas and almost 2,000 minerals. He can't spend his money. There we go. Makes like 10 overlords. But supply block means that Shin could not reinforce. So a messy assault out of Shin. Messy. And where exactly are we? Shin is going to be throwing away his Mutalisk here. A nice splits. See Shin remaxing with Ultras. Now we have more Ultras on the way. Rogue is now amassing up a greater Lurker army, which is going to help. That's 17 Lurkers. With the Lurker getting as high as it is, I don't see the Ultras breaking through without Microbo Shroud, of course. Like, Microbo Shroud is going to be a must. We need that Shroud. Platinum Cloud won't help, of course. I mean, actually, Vipers could help with abductions at least. True. Of course, Shin is opting not to go Viper. And Microbo Shot might just be the best bet here. Might just be the way. Which is a rotate that catch out 3 Lurkers. Sorry, 2. 2 Lurkers go down. Shin pulls away. Here come the infestors. No, Shin, calm down. Damn. So that was an accident. He has to rebuild that Ultra. He's got to rebuild. And again, Shin, he's hoping that he can maybe push into Rogue without all the Lurkers in position. Rogue, he needs to make sure he keeps up with the Ultra rotation with his 27 Lurkers. It will come down to the engage. It all comes down to the positioning. Jesus, 18 drones. 18 drones going down. Lurkers, they're everywhere. Oh my god. Rogue being so annoying. Achieving so much with so little. 20 drone kills. Here comes Shin. Shin is pushing. As I mentioned, it all comes down to the Microbo Shroud and the location of the Lurkers. Nice catch of the Vipers. Lurkers in position. Oh my god, yeah, massive shots going up. Here come the Microbo Shrouds. Ultras are trying to move in, and Lurkers, they rotate. They rotate on over here. Yeah, massive Lurker shots. Ultras are going down. Down to what, 6 Ultras? Oh my god. It's a meat grinder. He cannot move in. He cannot move in. More Lurkers arriving, and massive spine shots going off, and every Ultra will fall. Heavy losses for Shin. He pushed into exactly where all the Lurkers were. And Shin has nothing left. Shin, he's broke. GG gets called. Nothing remaining. And Rogue takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Shin, who was hoping he could find a better angle of attack to try to move in wherever the Lurkers were a little bit less prevalent, of course. But again, Rogue, he was ready in the center of the map. He was able to rotate his Lurkers over as well, and he completely shut down the Ultras. GG. On top of that, because of all the Lurker harassment, Shin had no bank. Shin, he had no bank, he had no economy. Shin could not recover after that loss, after that fight. GG. GG, well played with that. Rogue, he'll take game 1. Now we're going to be loading into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. So we're loading into 10,000 feet here. This is going to be a smaller map. We expect more aggression. I mean, again, we had aggression on White Rabbits, remember, but we had SHIN playing 2-base. We had Rogue likewise being and going for his own all-in. It was still a very aggressive game, but the game did stabilize, right? The game slowed down eventually, and we had our mutas gaining map control. We had Rogue being hyper defensive, going into Infestor, into Lurker Tech. We had SHIN going into Ultras, but they missed his window, missed his timing, and then we saw Rogue with the superior composition snowball out of control. And now we're getting into game 2. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the blue Zerg player. It is SHIN. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg. It is Ro8. Again, it was a really quirky build out of SHIN as well. Remember, SHIN, he went 2-base muta, kind of, but if you remember, like, he had a very late lair. He went into +1 melee. It was kind of working out. Like, we saw that SHIN, he did out-trade the Ling and the Roaches initially, but it was a very weird and wonky transition to mutas. Eventually, though, he gained map control, but he was unable to break the defensive line of Rogue. Rogue, he successfully turtled up into Hydras, into Queen, into Spore, into Infestors, eventually, of course, turtling up into Lurker Tech and maxing out. But SHIN had a very hard time breaking the defensive line. To the point where he could not break through. GG. Here we go. Loading into game 2. This time, standard openers, standard hatchery timings. There's no early pull, a hatch gas pull out of both players, mirrored builds. Here we go. Again, from here, we're just joining, we're saturating, getting up to our 2-base economies. Link speed is on the way for SHIN, and we should soon be seeing it from Rogue. Hold on. Rogue, he stays in gas and he does not get link speed. Massive tell here, so Rogue, he's skipping link speed. He's looking to go into either fast Roach Tech or even a fast lair. He's playing 2-base. He's playing 2-base heavy here. Yep, there's the wall off. Wall's off for the hatchery. The hatchery means extra larva. Extra larva is going to be available here, and it should be 2-base lair. Now from here, we can go into 2-base muta, we can go into 2-base Roach all in. Rogue has options. Just because he has the Roach one here doesn't mean he has to make use of it. We're still piecing it together. Likewise, it would be wise of SHIN to oh, we start link speed. Rogue is going for the all-in. So what's important here is that Rogue, he begins link speed. It's very, very late, but it's late because it was never meant to factor in here. The fact that we're seeing link speed tells us that we're wasting gas on link speed, not on a lair, so most likely going to be a Ling Roach Ravager all-in. Meanwhile, SHIN doesn't cancel link speed either. That tells us that he's being hyper aggressive. You can see here 14 links are on the way. SHIN is going for a link flood. He's going for a link flood. And we'll see if he can break that queen wall. Rogue, he does spot the link flood. He does fully wall off. Roach production has begun. And you can see Rogue even going for a hidden Baneling nest. So again, he's going for the all-in. Lings, they get some decent surface area on the hatchery. Roaches are revealed. Hatchery is going to go down, but this is a big loss here for SHIN. Like, SHIN is throwing away so many Zerglings here. And he doesn't get the hatchery. No shot. The hatchery survives. And now we have extra larva, boosted larva here for Rogue. Here comes the all-in, going for the Roach, Link Flood with Baneling support as well. And I don't see SHIN holding against this. Like, SHIN, he's going to have pure Link to defend, but there are going to be Banelings for Rogue. That's all he needs. Just like, what, 2-3 Banelings. Here they come. We have 4 Banelings morphing in, and that will ensure that Rogue does not get surrounded. And there's no answer. There's no answer to this. Lings hit the third. Ro8 is a zone away the Zerglings of SHIN. SHIN is in trouble. SHIN cannot engage. Bailing's a zone. And now we're just going for the kill. We're going for the throws. Queens gets surrounded. They try to focus fire the Bailings. But no! Oh my god, massive connections. Yeah, massive connections here. Lings, they just get annihilated, and Rogue is done. He has broken the natural base, and despite SHIN coming second in the last season of GSL, he will not make it into the top 4. As Rogue is rallying, GG gets called, and Rogue will claim the series 2-0. Rogue, a big sigh of relief there. Rogue, he will advance on to the decider match. GG. GG, well played. Again, Rogue, a cheeky build here, showing his 2-base play, going into Ling speed and going for a massive Ling Ro8 Bailing all-in. SHIN, he took a big risk going for a Ling Flood, and the Ling Flood was not worth it. He did not kill the hatchery, he did not kill the proxy hatchery, I should say, the macro hatchery, and with that he fell behind. It basically invested into all these things that achieved nothing, and then he just had a worse army. A worse setup. In the end, he was overwhelmed. GG, well played. Rogue will claim the series, and that means we have one series left here tonight. It's going to be a best of 3 between Rogue and Zoun. Oh boy. There we go. We have our decider match. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll have that final decider match. See you soon after the break.
GSL Season 2.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We've arrived with the final series of the broadcast, the final series here of the 2026 GSL Season 2 Round of 8 Group B. We just wrapped up with the elimination match, and now we have returned with the decider match. We're here to determine who will be joining Maru, Cure, and Hero in the offline event in the semifinals. Will it be Zoun or will it be Rogue? Will we have one Zerg representative, or is it going to be double Protoss and double Terran? Let's go. We're here to find out here. Again, Zoun versus Rogue is going to be a rematch from earlier in the broadcast. Zoun has already defeated Rogue earlier in their first series. Can he do it again? Can Rogue get his revenge? Let's go. Let's find out. As I'm sure vetoes are underway and we're getting ready for that final best of 3. Let's go. Let us go. Here we have our Protoss player. Here we have Zoun again for onside. He's going to be stepping into the ring. Again, he's already taken down Rogue in this broadcast. But we'll see if he can do it again. Let's go. As we have that rematch available here. Once again, it's going to be up to Rogue to try to end the game early, to be hyper aggressive. It's going to be up to Zoun to keep up, to defend, and to make it into a longer game state. Oh boy. As again, Rogue, he had a big sigh of relief after bringing down SHIN earlier. Can he bring down Zoun? Can he bring down a Protoss? Can he do it? As here we go, vetoes are done. Game 1 is going to be on the Old Republic. Game 2, White Rabbits. And Game 3, 10,000 feet. Whew, interesting. Okay, so Rogue, he does get rid of some of the larger maps. He gets rid of Title Citadel, Winter Madness, and Tourmaline. Interesting veto process. Who got rid of Celestial? Wait, Zoun? Zoun vetoed Celestial towards the end. Interesting. Zoun gets rid of Mothership, Rebroadcast, which makes sense. Gets rid of Celestial. That's an odd veto for me. It's an odd choice, an odd veto. We do get rid of the extreme mats in the end, both Celestial and Tourmaline. But let's go. Let us go. We're jumping into our fresh and final series. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing onside. It is Zoun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is a Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. Let's jump on in. We have the final best of 3 before us, the final series of the broadcast of the group stage. Here we go. Now, coming into this, once again, as I was emphasizing previously on these maps like Old Republic, we do expect to see Zoun play a little bit more defensively here. But what is favored on the Old Republic? Aggression, specifically on 3 bases. The 3rd and 4th expansion location on this map are very open, very exposed. And we've seen many a Zerg player break at attempting defensive Protoss at that 4th location. It's very open, it's very exposed, it's very vulnerable, and typically Zerg players are able to gain map control to get their 3, 4, 5 base set up, and of course look to max out and break that center location. We'll see if Zoun can defend, or we'll see if Zoun is taking a different approach. I mean, he could always pull a hero and be the aggressor instead. True. We'll see if he's going to be the aggressor. Meanwhile, hatch pool gas opener. Interesting. A slightly later gas geyser here from Rogue. Interesting opener. As from here, we're joining, we're saturating, we're settling in. We're expecting a Stargate opener at a Zoun into 3rd base, into Twilight Council, into Forge, into Blink. If he does deviate, we will take note of that. So bearing in mind that Zoun, he was showcasing a unique build that was given to him by a Classic previously, where he goes into a delayed Forge, into a heavy Gateway count, into heavy Blink Stalker aggression. I do like the idea of that kind of build here on the Old Republic, but we'll see. Actually, I think that kind of build is better on smaller maps, so I'm thinking of Ruby Rock, Tourmaline, and 10,000 feet. Just because it's very safe. I don't know if we need to be that safe that early on here on the Old Republic. We'll see. We shall see. And for now, we're on patrol. Just keeping tabs on each other, making sure there's no shenanigans early on, like extra gas income. There's a Stargate open out of Zoun. Technically, Zoun can go Void Ray first. He can go Void Ray or Phoenix. It's a little bit rarer to see that. Last time we saw Hero, he was going for non-stop Void Ray openers. That is true, but that's Hero. Standard way to play is to go into the Oracle, and that's what we're expecting out of Zoun. The reason why, the rationale for going for so many Oracle openers is we attempt to delay the third base to buy time for the Adept, but it's not going to be enough. Yeah, there's a cancellation, there's a third. Ideally, Zoun wants to buy time for the Adept, then the Adept can show up and focus on the drone and delay the third, but fails to do so. Now, when it comes to Stargate Oracle play, the reason why it's so common is because the Oracle does everything. The Oracle can defend, can attack, can scout, can harass, can shut down Ling aggression, can secure your expansion as well. It's just a very, very well-rounded and solid way to open up, to give you momentum and to give you security. As a result, Ling aggression is quite rare in ZVP. There are situations where we can be aggressive, especially if Zoun were to, say, commit with Adepts and lose them across the map. But Zoun does cancel. Cancels the Shade, races back home, the Oracle has arrived, and Zoun is racing back to protect his third. He's racing back with the Adepts. They manage to Shade back home in time. Zoun can now expand. Oracle pokes in. It's going to be up to Rogue to minimize losses, and so far he's in position. He will lose maybe one. Not even. Yeah, so far, nice deflection. We have confirmation. Early Eva Chamber. Rogue is going in a +1 melee into what should be Ling Hydra. Now, I say should be Ling Hydra. We have seen Zerg players go Ling into Spire. It's rare to see that, but it's possible. Should be Ling Hydra here out of Rogue. Meanwhile, Overlord moves in. It's going to be an early Twilight Council out of Zoun. Early Council, and just what I see a later Forge. So later Forge. This could lead into Glaives or Blink. Blink is more standard, what is to be expected. Overlord does confirm the early Twilight Council. And I don't see any additional gateways, which is kind of weird. Zoun is banking resources. Yeah, Zoun is banking. Where are the gates? It is going to be Blink. Yeah, there we go. So delayed gateways here from Zoun. It's a little bit messy. The reason why they were delayed initially is because Zoun was focusing on his Oracle control and his Oracle micro. So those gates are a little bit late. And now getting up to 6 in total. So building up to 6 gateways into a late Forge. Now, I believe, if I recall correctly, this is the same build that Classic taught him, and we should be seeing a late Forge out of Zoun. Otherwise, this could lead into an 8k 3-base all-in. True. In my mind, this should be a late Forge, but eyes are on Zoun. As I mentioned previously, this build that Zoun is going for is ideal if he's up against an all-in, as it's just very safe. Robo's on the way. I don't see a Forge. Huh. Yeah, no Forge is going for the Robo. Zoun will have extra weapons available to be aggressive with Blink, so he should be pushing out soon. Yeah, I mean, there it is, late Forge, yeah. So as we assumed, the late Forge out of Zoun tells us that he's going to be going for upgrades and will eventually expand. Rogue, as we called at the beginning, is going Ling into Muta. It's rarer, but we did see this earlier in the broadcast. That's why we brought it up. We saw it earlier with mixed success. By that, I mean it didn't really work against Zoun. Now Zoun is pushing, and I'm concerned for Rogue. Zoun's being very assertive here, pushing through the center. There are little links to defend. Oh, he commits! No, he does commit. Adept gets surrounded. Nice catch here from Rogue. Oracles, they need support. Lings, they can wait for the surround, and the Oracles are here. And Pulsar Beams are activated. Despite that, Stalkers, they are going down, getting 1, 2, 3 Stalkers. Heavy losses, and Zoun is going to lose almost everything. This push was not it. The Oracles, they weren't able to support correctly. That was probably just because of the Queens. Yeah, messy control out of Zoun. He'll lose far too much, and Rogue is snowballing out control. Catching out all the Stalkers. Heavy losses for Zoun. What was that? 8 Stalkers falling? Insane damage. And now here come the Mutas. The Mutas are coming. It's not going to be mass Muta. We can see Rogue switching already into Hydras. So technically it was Ling Hydra, but we're getting there in a different way. And with that Zoun, he's been knocked to the ground here. He's lost a little momentum. The whole point of his build was to mass up a mass amount of Stalkers, to be aggressive and to be active, but he failed to do so. And now Zoun has late upgrades. Now he has a later 4th base. Zoun has no map control. Zoun doesn't have much. Does not have much. We'll be able to defend against the mutas at least, but Lynx, they do hit the throw at the board. Oracle's in position. Okay, nice defense so far. Rogue is almost maxed. He wants the Oracles. And he will chase him down. Ooh, yeah, he gets 1, he gets 2, he should get all 3. Oh, barely 1 Oracle survives, but in his target firing the other Rogue, he did not focus him down. So some messy control out of Rogue. But as he bleeds out mutas, he's massing up Hydras. Massing up more Hydralisks. Rotates back around. Hydras are building up, and what did we say at the start of this game? We spoke about how the 4th base on this map is very difficult to defend. Well, it's very common for Zerg players to mass up their armies, to cut workers early, and to commit. Now Rogue, he was able to drone up to 81, so he gets full 4 base saturation. And he's almost maxed. Zoun coming to Rogue. Rogue, I'm sure he's satisfied. As Rogue is about to push out anyway. Yeah, here comes all the Link Pain. Rogue is going to commit. Yeah, that's committed. He breaks the expansion. Zoun does at least evacuate, so he does lose minimal probes. Did I speak too soon? Bailings, they smash into the Zells. They don't get into the mineral line. But we come in from behind. We got on top of the Colossus. Not the probes. Oh my god. Massive connections. 13 probes go down. And with that, Rogue Azana, he breaks the forward expansion, breaks the mineral line. And this is the power of the Old Republic. Again, it's so difficult to defend this map. GG gets called, and Rogue, he takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue, he takes the lead in the series. Wanting it back here again, it was just a really rough start for Zoun. Zoun, remember, he went 6k blink into heavy blink aggression early on, and he just fell on his face. He moved down, he first got surrounded with his adepts. His oracles tried to support, but the queens zoned them away, so there was no oracle support either. Instead, Zoun got completely surrounded, lost all of his stalkers, and that was game. That was game then and there. Zoun, he tried to stabilize from there, tried to take his 4th base, but Rogue had so much momentum. He droned up to 81, he maxed out, he went into mutas. He didn't need to. If he wanted to, he could just go on Lingbane Hydra. Went into mutas, then into Lingbane Hydra, and broke the 4th base. GG. GG, well played. That leads us into White Rabbit. This is an interesting map in the map pool. So White Rabbit is a large map. True, it's a large map, but the bases are very spread out. They're very spread out here, and we'll see how Zoun expands. We'll see how he defends. There is a world where Zoun, it all comes down to map vision. It all comes down to map awareness. If you can keep up with the army rotations of your opponent, you should be able to defend. But if you get caught out of position, then I'm going to be favoring Rogue again here. I'll be favoring Rogue when it comes to punishing and shutting down some of the fringe expansions. We'll see. We shall see. As we are loading into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Bottom left-hand corner here of White Rabbit, we have the blue Protoss player. It is Zoun for onside. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. It is Rogue. Here we go. We have our second game here in Rogue. He's 1 game away from advancing on into the top 4. Again, last season we had SHIN as the Zerg representative. This season, do we have Rogue or do we have Zoun force the ace match? Now, personally, especially in White Rabbits, I don't want to see the same build. I'm referring to Zoun. I don't want to see 6K Blink. Like 6K Blink, as I mentioned previously, I feel like it is ideal on smaller maps. I feel like that's where it can really thrive, just because you're expecting aggression out of your opponents. On Old Republic, I mean, we could have seen it work, of course, but the execution was lacking. Like, I guess if we're going to go for 6K Blink, we got to lock in. We got to lock in. We have to preserve our units. We have to be careful. We have to be attentive with the oracles, with the adepts, with the push across the map. Otherwise, very quickly, otherwise, very easily, can all just go south. Let's go. Hydra on Zoun. So now we are going to be setting up. Going to be settling in. Yes, our initial hatch gas pull, standard open out of Rogue, likewise Zoun just going for his own gate expand. And gate expand into Cybercore. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Just calming down. We likewise have our initial Stargate out of Zoun, so Stargate opener, standard, into the Oracle. What we're really looking for here is the timing of the Twilight Council. The timing of the Twilight Council and the timing of the Forge as well. Remember, last game was a very late Forge, intentionally so. In favor of Blink Aggression that fell on its face. This time, what do you have for us? This time, what do you got? Now we do open up. We'll be saturating. When it comes to the map itself, we did mention earlier that the space between the bases is a little bit larger. True. So longer rotations, defensive rotations specifically, depending on how we expand. We have been seeing players favor going for the center expansion because of that, as it is a little bit closer, but it's still very open, still very exposed. It is not an easy map to turtle on. Not easy. The Oracle does poke in, gets completely shut down. Thankfully survives, but is zoned away. And there we go, early Twilight Council once again out of Zoun. So far, this Twilight Council timing is the same as last game. Meanwhile, early Evo Chamber, just like last game, into +1 melee. So just like last game, I'll emphasize that this should be for +1 melee into Ling Hydra, but as a caveat, it could also be Ling Muta into Hydra as well, which we saw last game. As Lings, they poke in, they bust into the main base, the wall was wide open. Zoun is late to react. Ooh. Okay, late to react, late to respond. Mining is being denied. A rough start for Zoun. Oracle has to race back home. And this isn't killing any probes, but it is still dealing damage. Behind this, we also get a full scout of the main base, confirming the Twilight Council. Where's the Forge? No Forge. It looks like 6K Blink. It looks like 6K Blink Stalker once again. We're waiting for the gateways. Show us the explosion. Depths, they get caught out. Thankfully, Recall will save them all. And you can see Zoun banking resources. Where's the gateways? We're expecting 4. We have 1, we have 2. And we're expecting 2 more. Yep, there's a 3rd. Oof. Oracle goes down. A shaky start for Zoun here, losing an Oracle. Yeah, as you can see, the production tab, 4 gates are on the way. That's 6 gates in total. This is the same build. It's the same build 2 games in a row. It's 6K Blink into Blink Stalker Aggression into a later Forge. Now, technically, this can still lead into a 3-base all-in if we go up to 8 gateways. Oh. Better engage out of Zoun. True. Better engage. This time we can see that Rogue is not going for the Spire. We have a Roach Horn on the way. Actually, technically, this can still go into Mutotech. There's a Delayed Forge. Confirms that Zoun is not all in. He's taking his gases, confirming that we're taking him into the Robo. Most likely Robo, but could go into Storm, I suppose. As the Oracle does get a scout off. Spire, yep, there it is. Spire once again. This game is so similar to game one. It's so similar. The builds themselves, I mean. Oh, but actually Zoun, he's staying home, he's not pushing, and he's going for a fast fleet beacon. Interesting. So unlike last game where we had extra Stalker Warpins and a push across the map, Zoun is staying home. Now, what I will say here is that I still do favor Rogue in this position. Basically, this means that Zoun, he delayed his tech, he delayed his forge, he delayed his +1, he delayed everything in favor of 6 gateways, and he doesn't do anything with it, right? He's not being assertive, he's not being aggressive, he's not being able to defend against anything. So technically, all this tech that we're seeing in the production tab right now could have been thrown down earlier. And it mostly gets countered. Meanwhile, Rogue, he is taking up himself, droning up to 80. So Rogue, he's soon to finish droning, soon to finish saturating. I'm curious to see if he does make any mutas. He has a Spire, he has +1 flyer attack on the way, but no muta production yet. Which I do appreciate. Just because Rogue, he does recognize, hold up, you're not being aggressive, right? You're not being aggressive. You're being more turtle heavy and more defensive. So why risk going mutas? Hydrogen is done. Fast mothership out of Zoun. Interesting. A very fast mothership. And we'll see if Zoun can break out. Meanwhile, Rogue massing up 20 Hydras. It's a lot of Hydras. Looks like he is committing into Lingbane Hydra. Meanwhile, Zoun is going into Storm. 4th base is now being taken, and this is the big moment here. Can Zoun defend the 4th? Storm is not done. That's going to be cancelled. Oof. So as we just said it, can he defend the 4th base? The answer is no. Not yet. So 4th base is cancelled. That will delay, and Rogue, he's done droning. You can see here he's up to 85 workers. You can see Rogue, he's massing up 50 Zerglings. He's going for a massive push. And remember, what is Rogue's win condition? Break the 4th. Break the 4th expansion. Lings, they come in for a backstab. That adept is not in hold position. That's scary. Hold position your adept, papi, por favor. Hopefully is on hold position now. Hopefully. Second Stargate's on the way, getting ready for Sky Toss. Rogue is now maxed. And here comes Rogue. Oh, his Bathings get spotted. Nice scout by Zoun. Now he can mentally prepare to send out some High Templar to Storm or to get ready for any kind of flank. Rogue is giving his opponent some time here, but he's waiting for Hydra speed. He's waiting for the upgrade. And with all these High Templar, with all these Storms, I don't know if Rogue can break Zoun anymore. It's going to be close. Nice catch on the Zealots. Banelings are rolling in. But remember, Zoun is prepared. Zoun, he's distracted. Oh no! Yeah, Zoun's distracted. We're rolling in. Here come the Storms. Massive Storms. Oh my god, insane Storms on the Lings. Their Lingbane gets shut down. And Zoun is holding. Zoun is holding on. Again, very impressive Storms. Rogue, he took them to the face. Late Lurker Den. Oof. Let's go for the Lurker Den. Tempests are amassing. Now, thankfully for Rogue, he already had the Spire, and he already has Spire tech upgrades. That will help when it comes to the Corruptors. And Zoun has successfully defended the 4th base, and Zoun is now forcing the late game. So this is where momentum is shifting, right? Initially, it was all about, can Zoun defend the 4th base? And the answer is yes. Right, Zoun, he successfully defends the 4th base. He can now max out on Sky Toss, and now Rogue is on a timer. Rogue, he's on a timer. You can see he's trying to find a better angle of attack. Baits out the stasis traps. Can he surround the High Templar? There's Storm. Yeah, massive catch. That's 3 Templar. Bailings, they roll into the middle line. They try. Nice defense. Zoun, he defends well. Only losing 2 probes. Tempest are amassing. Tempest were just revealed. And after the next big fight, we should be seeing Corruptors. Should soon be seeing Corruptors. Hydras, they try to get under the Oracle. Banelings, they roll in. They take down side defense. Oh, one of the Tempests. Aha, Cloak. And Cloak is activated. Tempest does get away. Banelings, they don't get much done here. 4 probes. And we did see the Lurker Den earlier, but it looks like we're going into Ultras. This is better for diving. This is better for diving into High Templar. Ultras that build the tank, and the goal here is for the Ultras to tank the Storms and to get on top of the Templar. To bring them down. And this is where Zoun needs a higher immortal count. So far, Zoun only has 2 immortals. Oh no, the Templar! Yeah, Templar get caught. Nice thing run by, very nice. Catching out some Templar. Cannons being focused on as well. Zoun out of position. Again, that's 7 Ultralisks. That's a lot of Ultras. And again, it's just a very low immortal count. I don't see this being an answer to the Ultras. Ultras, they will break through. Neurals on the way as well. That will help against Tempest or Immortals even. Against almost anything. We have now 10 Ultralisks. And they're about to be revealed. As Ro8 is showing his hand. He's going for a split push. This I'm not too fond of. Just because he's now telling Zoun what to do. He's like, okay, now make Immortals. Yeah. As he's only harassing, does pick up an Archon. Ro8 just revealed his hand. Up until this point, Zoun hadn't seen the Ultra count. And now he's aware. Now he's fully aware. Tempest. The goal here should be we're going to be seeing one big fight, and then the rematch should involve Corruptors, assuming that the ground army goes down. And we're going for it. Yeah, he's going to have to tank the Storms. Oh, doesn't commit. Yeah, Ro8 does not commit. Going for another rotation. Zoun just has to keep up with these rotations. Just keep up. Zoun is building up his bank. Ro8 rotates to the left-hand side. He gets spotted by the Observer. Zoun knows. Zoun keeps up. So Ro8 has to pull back around. That Ling may have tipped Zoun off. He knows. Zoun rotating back over. Second Spire is on the way. Greater Spire as well. Ro8 is still looking for an opening. I would say that Zoun is out of position. He's currently in the center. And Ro8 doesn't hit the left-hand base. He's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the dive. And does he break down the Nexus? It's going to be close. Yeah, it's going to be close here. The army's responding. Ultra's getting distracted. And it looks like the Planetary will survive. Sorry, the Nexus will survive. As he bleeds out 1, 2, 3 Ultras. 3 Ultralisks go down. That was an expensive run by for Zoun. Sorry, Zoun. Expensive run by for Rogue. Now we're switching into Broodlords. Okay. Sorry, we're switching into Corruptors and eventually Broodlord tech. Not yet. I do appreciate that Rogue is getting out of this because at this point these Ultras have not paid for themselves and they're not going to. Like the time for Ultras have come and gone. Nice dive on the Tempest. Does attempt to. That's a lot of storms. Ultras committee gets one Tempest, only one Tempest. Oh god, once again a very expensive trade for Rogue. And Rogue, he's burning through his bank. He's burning through his bank. Yeah, Zoun he's ahead. Zoun takes a massive lead. Zoun has a better army and Zoun has a massive bank, and after losing that fight, Zoun can now counterattack. And Rogue, he can't stop this. Rogue, he cannot stop this army. You could definitely argue that we could be using more Immortals, for sure. A higher Immortal count would be better here. There's certainly 3 Immortals. But the Tempest army is looking insane. I feel like that was an opportunity for Zoun to push through the center and at least take down the center base before backing off. But Zoun is playing very scared. He just doesn't want to overextend. God, there's so many Archons. I'll be honest, without Brutal and Infestor, I don't see Rogue dealing with this army anymore. Like Ultra Infestor just does not, it's not ideal, not in this kind of game state. Earlier on, sure, but like now this is a death blow of an army. I still would say that we could do with more Immortals, but outside of that, like it's still looking terrifying. Something that can swing things in Rogue's favor are how he uses the Neurals, for sure. This is the one thing to bear in mind. He does have 8 Infestors, so I don't want to underestimate the power of the Neural. My Neural does have potential, but that could just be copium. Yeah, here we go. Does feedback. Lands 1, 2, 3, 4 feedbacks. Microbush Shot is helping the Ultras breaking through the Archons, and we mentioned no Immortals. Yeah, not enough Immortals here. The Ultras, they will break through. They break through the Archons, but the Tempest, they pop up. And the Tempest, they will kill everything. There's still a couple of Archons remaining. You can see he's down remax with more Immortals, thankfully. Like, that was the one thing missing here is the Immortal count. He's making 2 Immortals at a time, breaks the expansion. Rogue burns through his bank. And Zoun backs off. A very mature decision. He just backs off. He just wins the fight, takes center base, backs off. Backs off, rebuilds. Going for more Zealot Run-bys. He does focus fire the expansion, so he will get the hatchery. It's going to be close, actually. It's going to be close. And the hatchery survives. It lives, Bathy. I spoke too soon. Zoun gets it. Decent storms. Yeah, nice storm. Slow zone on the Ultras. Ultras, they try to bounce. The Immortals are amassing. He pulls back to his side defense. Can he hold on? Can he hold that? Yeah, warping whatever he can. The Immortals, they make a stand. 14 drone kills, 16 drones. It's all around by, sorry, the DT counterattack even. 17 drone kills. Critical damage. Remember, Rogue had no bank. He had no bank, and now he has no economy. Rogue, he's broke. He has no money. And again, it felt like Rogue was lost when it came to the late game army composition. Like, I'm shocked that he stayed on as many Ultras as he did without trying to switch into a higher, like, Infestor, Broodlord, Corruptor army. Like, in my mind, we need, like, Broodlord, Infestor, Corruptor, Viper, Lurker. To be fair, there's a reason why Zerg players avoid this kind of game state, because you do have to construct a very complex army. But Zoun is fine. Okay. The one caveat to that is that Zoun, he doesn't really have much of a gas bank. But look at the immortal counts. He's got his immortals. Again, as we mentioned before, like that was the one thing that was missing for Zoun, was he only had 3 immortals. Now he's up to 7, so a much healthier immortal count. So now he should have a much more robust army against the ultras. This is the kind of army that we should have seen earlier, but we got there in the end. We got there. I should also mention that Rogue does have a supermax army. So what does that mean? That means that Rogue, he's on a very low drone count and he's maxed. So his army supply is actually bigger than it usually is. It also means that Rogue is kind of all in. It means that Rogue has 1 fight in him. Just 1 big fight. He does not have a bank to sustain anything more than that. Oh, hey, he does catch all these stalkers. Congo locks him down. Couple of free stalker kills. Rogue will take it. Okay. Now, when it comes to this current army that we've built up, now Rogue does have some blinding clouds available to him, so that will help. The army that Zoun has is prone to clumping, so we can try to fungal and blinding cloud and lock down the ground army, and then maybe the ultras can take a better fight against the immortals if they're blinding clouded. And that's going to be the hope. Like that's the dream here for Rogue. We can fungal and blinding cloud. Otherwise, I don't really see the ultras breaking through. Oh, Zoun is taking one of Rogue's bases. This is dangerous. Zoun now he does have a bit of an outpost here, a staging ground to push in. A launch pad, if you will, true. To be aggressive. Nice swing run by. He does bob, he does weave. Does find all these cannons, going for the Archosis pylon. Uh-oh. Oh, nice catch. Very nice snipe. 3 feedbacks. Lings are being annoying. Because Zoun is max, he cannot defensively warp in. So no defensive warp ins. So very messy defense. There we go, warps in 2 DTs. Broodlords are more... Okay, so it took a while, but Rogue, he's now perfecting his army. I mentioned earlier that, like, I was expecting Broodlord, Infestor, Viper, Corruptor, or Lurker, and we're almost there. There are no Lurkers, of course. Instead of Lurker, it's Ultra, but again, it takes a lot to control this army. Meanwhile, this base will go down. And Zoun now has a direct path to the natural. And to the main. So very nice pickoff. But I didn't think we'd get here. Obviously, Zoun still has the advantage just because Zoun has the greater economy. And the larger bank. As you can see, Zoun throwing away probes to free up supply. Moves them away. Things, they're getting value. Zoun is pushing. Just clearing up creep. Again, Zoun has no rush. I should also emphasize that there's no rush with Zoun. There's nothing pressuring him. Zoun has more bases. Zoun has a greater economy. There's no pressure on Zoun. So the correct thing to do is just to play it safe. Like if you're wanting Zoun to like be more aggressive, like that would there's no need to. Like the correct thing to do is just play it safe. Just rotate back and forth, deny creep, pick up some key units here and there. Make sure you have the best angle possible. You get a free Broodlord. Gets 2 free Broodlords. Now we commit. And now he dives. Does end one of the fungals. Blinding Cloud is not available. Mass Storms. Oh my god, the Ultras are getting choked up. Yeah, they're getting choked up. Storm of the Corruptors. Ultras, they do break through. We had some Immortals that weren't a part of the fight. Yeah, nice Microbo Shroud. The Ultras looks like they will overwhelm. Just barely they clean everything up. He cleans up. Shouts to the Microbo Shrouds. And Zoun Flowman's in supply. He will lose everything here. Oh, we have the Stalker Remax. Interesting. But there's still too many Ultras. Again, it was just a really awkward fight for Zoun. If you saw Zoun, he had, I want to say, was it 4 Immortals that just weren't fighting? He had like 4 Immortals that were on the left-hand side that just were not engaging. It's just a really awkward engage there from Zoun. Where Immortals just were not a factor. And also Microbo Shroud. It worked well. Microbo Shroud, it sustained the Ultras. Oh, but this is scary. So Rogue, he won that fight. If he doesn't counterattack soon, Zoun's just gonna rebuild. Like, remember, Zoun has a better economy. He's got the better economy. Snipes 1, snipes 2 more Broodlords. Like, Rogue, we gotta go soon. And he's stuck defending. He's stuck defending here. This is all just causing a massive distraction. It's allowing Zoun to rebuild his army. And GG. Yep, GG gets called. That's all that Rogue had. And Zoun, he will tie up the series. We're going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. As we mentioned, Rogue just had nothing else behind it. We were trying to emphasize that he was quote-unquote all in. Just had one fight. One fight is all that Rogue had, as he was down in bases, down in economy, down in workers, and he could not actually sustain any further game from there. GG. GG, well played. We're getting into the ace match. We're going to be loading into 10,000 feet. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into 10,000 feet here. We're loading into the ace match, and this can go either way. This is going to be a smaller map of the map pool, and once again, we should be seeing Rogue avoid the late game. From what we saw, from what I can see, like, it feels like Rogue is very uncomfortable in the late game. His compositions were lacking, and he was sticking with certain compositions for too long. When it comes to like the Mass Ultra, for example, stuck with that too long. Took him a long time to switch into Broodlords. Took him a long time to actually build up an economy as well. Rogue was very much so a little bit more aggressive, but stuck in a longer game, and everything just kind of fell apart. But here we go. We're getting into our ace match here. And I'm sure Rogue is trying to think to himself, like, what build to go for, how to approach this. So far, it's been the same thing 2 games in a row. Zoun went 6k Blink, and Rogue went plus on melee into Ling Muda. I'm hoping that we see something different here, but we'll see. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the blue Protoss. For onside, it is Zoun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself, it is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into the ace match. We're getting into the final game of the series. Oh, and Zoun moves out to Pylon Block. He wants to try to force the unnatural natural out of Rogue. Cheeky moves here by Zoun. Oh. Ooh, is he able to delay? He is. So there we go. Zoun, he will be able to force the unnatural natural. And welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is a smaller map. Smaller map, less bases. Less bases, less expansions, shorter rush distance by ground, but a very secure 4-base setup here. So defending on 4 bases is easier on 10,000 feet. If you remember, the last time these two played on this map, Rogue went for a proxy hatchery. Not this time. Remember last time, Rogue went for a proxy hatchery into an attempted Ling Flood and Ling Rush and Ling All In. Then we forced a longer game. Zoun had a very shaky mid-game, and Rogue was able to overwhelm eventually and pull Zoun apart. But a big reason for that is because Zoun went for the triangular third. This time he should not, right? This time he should be able to take the forward third base and then the linear fourth, and then have a very safe 4-base setup. That should be the setup here from Zoun. Last time he played on this map, he was forced to take the triangular third, and he was spread out. He was spread out, he was pulled apart. But let's go. Here we go. We have Ro going into link speed, it pulls out of gas. Just a standard opener. Nothing crazy, like we're Stargate or Zoun. Now, twice now this game, this series, we've seen Zoun go 6-gate blink into a third base, late forge, late +1. Last game, of course, as Zoun, he decided to not warp in Stalkers and be very tech heavy and rush into the mid game, if you recall, and try to get there and try to stabilize. And he was able to in the end. We'll see if he does something similar here. I do think that there is reason, though, to go 6-gate blink this time, just because there's a very high chance that Ro goes for an all-in this game. And it's just a very safe way to play. Now, because Rogue knows that Zoun has been going 6-gate blink every game, then that's when mind games come into play, and maybe Rogue doesn't go for the all-in, and maybe Zoun cuts corners instead. The mind games. Zoun does break out. The Oracle does move out. So that's back at home. From here, Zoun should be expanding. You can see that Rogue is in a position to delay. Nice delay, Rogue. You want to see that? Can he get it? He can. Gets one, gets the other as well. Very nice. Suit-ups go down. Massive pickup. Going for the probe. Oh, never mind. A little bit greedy. Yeah, a little bit greedy there from Rogue, but I believe he should still get the probe kill. And he does not. Still two adepts. Two adepts, delays the third base. Nice pickoffs. Meanwhile, early Twilight Council out of Zoun. It looks like the same build. Looks like 6-gate blink. Meanwhile, Rogue, once again, early Eva Chamber and a +1 melee. Should be into Ling Hydra, but so far, this series has been very samey. Every game so far, it's been 6-gate blink out of Zoun. Every game so far, it's been +1 melee into Lings, into Ling Muta. Or into Spire. Last game, Rogue made a Spire, but he did not actually make any Mutas. True. So we'll see what Rogue goes for. He does scout the gateways. He does confirm that there's no Forge. And the same build. There's the gateway explosion. Oh, hold on. Wait, what? That's an extra gateway. This is not 6-gate blink. This is getting up to 7 gateways, and it looks like Zoun, he may just go for an 8-gate 3-base all-in. As that is 7 gates, we're expecting 1 more gateway. Now, the extra gateway that we see is either going to be back at home or proxy. But this is much more aggressive. This is much more committed. Thankfully, Rogue is getting a safety Roach Horn. I was going to say that if he skips his Roach Horn, he's going to be in trouble. But he's going for the Roach Horn. We're waiting for 1 extra gateway. Here come the Warpins. And does he send a probe across? No, he does. There's a probe. Yeah, there's a probe for the proxy. Oh no, he gets caught! Massive pickup. The proxy is delayed. That was supposed to be for a proxy pylon. As Zoun is all in. He's pushing. Again, Zoun is here to end the game. He's trying to. Stasis trap does go. Oh my god, a massive stasis! They're catching out the Lings, catching out the Queens. We have more Lings coming for the surround. The Oracles, they do activate, but alas, the Lings, they do surround. They do collapse on the Stalkers. We have reinforcements coming in. It's close, and again, reinforcements are late. Late warpins, late reinforcements with the Lings. They go down, and Zoun is breaking through. Can he do it? Can he do it? The stasis trap, it runs out. Roaches are amassing. And again, this is hitting later than it should because of that, because of lack of proxy. There it is. You can see the 8th gateway in the center. It is an AK3 base all in. But remember, this is late. Late warpins, late gateway. Despite that, Ravage is being focused down. Gets one. Rogue scrambling for a defense. Stalkers are blinking back. Stasis trap does not go off. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Rogue. That hatchery's under fire. Rogue going for the counterattack. The wall's open. The wall's open. Hits the third. Does hit the third base. Gets into the middle line. Probe's going to be going down. And Zoun now has no longevity in this game. Oracle's forced to turn around. That's going to be 10 probes falling. Did I say 10? Getting up to 12. So Zoun, he has no economy. He has no reinforcements. He has limited warp-ins. And it looks like Rogue is he's doing it. Yeah, Rogue, he's doing it. He's pulling it off. He's surviving. He's counterattacking. Zoun is forced to engage, pushing into a concave. Again, Zoun just does not have enough. Oof. Yeah, losing Jimmy Stalkers. He's losing too much. Zoun being overwhelmed. Oh, this, oh, nice stasis though. Okay. Nice stasis trap. Zoun, he can still pull this off. He needs those Ravagers though. He needs them. Gets one. He gets one Ravager. Ah, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. Zanu's trying to rebuild his mineral line. Baliness? Okay. Interesting. Oh, Oracle, they do find a mineral line. Not bad. Does a nice mining. Very nice catch here with the Oracles. Lings, they get caught counterattacking. Ah, but the proxy gateway goes down. Yeah, Zoun down to 7 gates. Zoun even supply blocks. Oof. Yeah, big supply block here. Zoun, he's in trouble. Remember, this had to win the game. This had to kill. Things like catch reinforcements, nice catch. At the same time, the slow drop into the main. Let's go. Going for the slow drop. We have a Spire on the way because why not? Just to make a handful of mutas to harass. Drop is spotted. But still, I mean, not a bad trade here for the Lings. Oh, nice lane control. Oracles, they run into a Spore this time. There's a lot of Stalkers. But again, it's only Stalker. Now, going to mutas here is risky. Going to Hydras would have been a very secure way to just win this game, to keep up with the Stalkers. Mutas is just risky. It has potential to harass, that's true, but it won't really help head on. It won't help with the main fight. Rogue is maxed. 10 mutas on the way. Doesn't bait out the stasis. Barely not. Bowser try to zone. Zoun claiming 4th base behind this. Now it's taking up. We have +1 on the way. We have charge on the way. Robo as well. Again, very late tech, very late upgrades. Everything is late here for Zoun. And we'll see what the mutas get done. They make their way across the map. Again, still not convinced by this, but at least it will buy time and deal economic damage. Yeah, there's nothing to defend in the main. Forces the recall. Does force the recall.